Right, guys, it's time. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not chit-chatting. I have been waiting long enough for this game, and I wasn't able to play it for, you know, the first 18 hours that everyone and their mother has already been playing. So, hi. Hello. Let me say hi. Chris, hello. Biggie, hello. McAwful, hello. And Nyx, hello. Star Bitch. I meant to go to the dollar store today to get all the posters and stuff like that. But I, as I told you, did not sleep. So tomorrow morning, before I go live tomorrow, I am going to the dollar store. I have plans. Um, and maybe after stream, Chris, depending on time and all that stuff, maybe you can help me like brainstorm some stuff. Because I haven't done it yet because I don't have like the full plan yet. Like I don't know like what I want the rewards to be. I don't know what I want. Like I don't know how I want the point system to be and stuff. So maybe we can brainstorm. You said that, but all I heard was I was going to, but depression rounds. What? Antidepressant rounds? No, 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 no. I was just tired. I was just too tired after work. Like I literally left work and I was like, oh, the dollar store's all the other side of town. All right, so I went to go open this so that it would be like up and ready for stream, and there's like a cutscene like right off the get, so I had to like force close the game. But if we're all ready, I am ready. I've been waiting a very, very long time for this. Um, but I changed antidepressant rounds. All right, so um, I'm just trying to think. I have the feeling, I have the feeling that this game, because of first playthrough, because it's Zelda and I love Zelda so, so much, but also because I've been waiting and anticipating this game for so long, I feel like I might not be as talkative as I normally am. I feel like I might do a little bit of hyper focus, and I feel like there might be some instances where I kind of forget that I'm streaming. So if you guys are not chatting with me, if you guys are not like chatting back to me, like there's a possibility like I probably will not be very, very talkative. Hi, Bubbles. No talk, no cam. I could turn my camera off. I could turn all my overlays off and I could just play. I don't know. All right, here we go. So, all right, I want to write a little message. Okay, so I do this, and then I pin it, and I do manually unpinned or end of stream. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the pin is up. That says this is my first playthrough and to not spoil shit. Okay, I'm nervous. Um, I really feel like I'm at a giant disadvantage streaming wise for the fact that I'm so late into starting. Um, why watch me when everybody's favorite streamer is already playing this? All right, let's go. And I have my beautiful Breath of the Wild Legend of Zelda controller. Calm down, I'll be okay. Be okay. I mean, I'm fine. Like, I'm fine. I've been working so, so, so hard and like things have been like looking up and I just feel like this is going to like kill. It's fine. I'm excited. It will be okay. I'm excited. I might just turn my fucking camera off and zone. Who cares?
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker.
My hair used to be that short. I might do it again.
We've been descending for a while now. These tunnels are deeper than I thought. What could be down here?
Your mom. Zelda! Princess of Hyrule. Yes, that is Zelda. Beautiful Zelda. Ooh, it's me. Whee! Do I have motion? I don't remember if this has motion or not. Okay. Are these luminous stones?
People have been falling ill after coming into contact with the gloom drifting through these caverns.
Move your cam, it's covering everything. Okay.
Though here it seems almost misty and not concentrated enough to harm us. We'll keep going, with it coming up from beneath Hyrule Castle. We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link. Let's go solve this mystery.
I didn't say remove. Where else go? This music is creepy. Why do I have so many hearts? I didn't even finish Breath of the Wild with that many hearts. It's covering all the hearts. Alright. I might be able to scooch it down a little bit. Because if I put it in the... So I put it in the bottom corner, it'll cover like the map and stuff. I might just have to move it down a little bit. We'll see once I'm here. It's log. Log what? Oh. Oh, that's kind of cool, in case you, like, miss anything. Ever since the end of the Calamity, castle has fallen into neglect. Why? Why did you neglect the castle? Imagine anything like these tunnels. We must be careful. Once we move deeper. Alright, so. Let me see what I can do with this camera situation here. Alright, so if I do this. There. There. Swing sword. Master sword! Alright, I didn't even finish Breath of the Wild with this many hearts, though, because I invested in stamina instead. I just don't want you to hate your VOD more than you already will. Yeah. Oh, I'll hate my VOD anyway, don't worry about it. Look there. Look, it's like a little egg. What if I just cut my hair that short? Like Zelda's? Like, what if I just went like this? My hair used to be short like that. My hair used to be short like that. Look at that. It's nice and short right there. Wait, something's from here. Might these runes be from the Zonai? I approve the haircut. I don't know. I love my hair is like my security blanket. Like I probably like would talk a lot of shit, but then if as soon as I cut it, I would hate it. Oh, look at this. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none give us the full picture. Much is still unknown about them. I don't know Zelda lore. You look great with any hair. Thanks, Bubbles. So, according to Zelda lore, So these are, so you, Zelda, um, and like the people are, Hylians is like what your race is called. You know, like there's like the Zora and then there's like the Gorons and stuff like that. Um, but so the Zonai essentially were like the leaders of technology. So they basically like created like the technology that basically like everybody in Hyrule uses. So they're like an ancient like civilization of like brilliant scientists and stuff like that. The game that focused on them the most was, if I remember right, I believe Twilight Princess was the one that kind of you, Zelda, and like everybody else like in Hyrule, like all of like the people. So okay, so like I said, so there's like the bird people, which are the Rito, and then there's the Gorons, and then there's the Zora, and then there's the Hylians, which are like the normal people. I'll try to stay ahead so I can watch. Well, I'm literally everybody is ahead of me, so like don't worry. I'm the last person in the entire world starting this game, so like you're fine. Is this what the Zonai looked like? They seem so different than us. Hi, Sarah. By the way, hi, Sarah. I heard you. I was just in the middle of a rant. Is this what the Zonai look like? They seem so different than us, and such large ears. How do the ruins from civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? Looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue. I'm not ahead of you, don't worry. Okay, Bubbles. I'll try not to spoil too much then. I haven't started, so it's not like you're the absolute last. Oh, see? Okay. So there's a couple people. There's like 3 or 4 people who haven't started yet. You're welcome, Zelda. You're welcome. Hi, Woodchip. Welcome in.
Are you, Link?
I will spoil it all. Oh shit, Chris. I have to DM you something. Somebody actually. Oh, you're not gonna know how to do it. Shit. I have a list of terms
Look at these
that
murals.
have been like put together that are supposed to be like anti-spoilers that I wanted my mods to add so I didn't get any spoilers, but I forgot.
The written histories of the royal family include
love
stories
Zelda
of a
so
great
much.
war fought long ago.
Listen, Chris.
It was a conflict between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King.
Demon King. Wait, is like...
Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend?
Are we about to like unlock Demise?
This is similar to the statues we saw earlier. A Zonai. And these figures look like Hylians.
Why? Why do you ruin it the first day?
This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens. It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens.
That's gotta be Hylia, right?
Tell a similar story.
And if they are accurate,
then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish...
There's a bunch of tears on that side, too.
The Kingdom of Hyrule. This figure...
It's Ganon.
He seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this. It shows the Demon King. And a fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Oh. Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it.
But those are moblins and bokoblins.
This is a huge discovery. All right then. Now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click. Oh. It looks like the rest of the murals are obscured.
Load up. Load up. I have bumpers. I can make bumpers with my mind.
Just what is this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
So I don't have my runes. It's a switch. I know. Like it literally had like the actual things. So I don't have runes. Oh, I can whistle. It's not a Wii U anymore. They've upgraded. They've gotten some upgrades. Listen, IRL, if she was like, let's go down this creepy hallway and find out what's infecting the castle, and I would see this goop, I'd be like, fuck you, Zelda. But I'm not. I'm Link, and I'm brave. Wait, can I do a flip? There you go, Astro. There's your flip. This is bad news bears. This is bad news bears. It was a Wii U. I think it was a Switch both times. Let's continue, Link, but we must be extremely careful.
What is that?
Ganondorf, yeah. A hand. No, walk away from creepy smoke. Stop being brave.
Huh?
It's a tear. Pick it up. Pick it up. So was the hand like keeping him there? We saw this in the first trailer. I know this. So he has my hearts. Okay, so now we know what happens to his arm. He's scared. I'm scared.
What's that? The
Stole Link's
sword
heart?
that seals the darkness. The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me. Zelda. You who carries that fragile sword. A Link. Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
It looks very similar, but still different somehow. Bro just woke up and he can literally lift a castle from the ground. I wake up and I'm like, I need about 3 hours before I can even stand up straight. Reach. Reach. Wait, what? Oh, I was like, isn't he gonna keep falling? But he doesn't keep falling. I wake up and I'm like, exactly. I was like, this bro woke up and straight up like demolished an entire like civilization. I wake up and I'm like, ow, my back. Holy loading screen. We saw these little swirly things in the first trailer too. Did they take his clothes? Those nails.
Ah, Link. Finally you wake.
There's no way. Ah, you're finally awake.
I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape
TOS
death.
Lonk. Exactly. Like, why'd you undress me?
Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Is his hair always that long? Even is it a little pony? Wait, so canonically, is Fee in the Master Sword? Oh, look at his hair. Look at his hair. Wee. Its sacred power has been diminished after being ravaged by the gloom beneath Hyrule Castle. Dang. Where did you put that? But where is it? Like, where on your body is it? It's just strapped over you? With a little piece of rope? Okay. I guess. What? Can I climb that? Up his ass. So does Link start shirtless? Because if so, I respect the design choice. Yes, like you start the game, but there's a little story cutscene where he does have his clothes on. But his clothes, I'm trying to paraglide. Like I have a paraglider. Oh my gosh, hi Sky, welcome in. But yeah, you do start off naked. But look at this hair. Look at this majestic hair. I could just like run around in circles looking at his floppy hair. Guys, I think I love Link. Like, I think that Link is, like, perfect golden retriever, just the way I like. And I think I like Link. I think Link is literally my type. My ear itches. And doesn't talk. Just the way I like it. Oh, I was gonna try to climb on those, but I guess I'm not supposed to. Yet. He's a good listener. He's a great listener. And he's very protective. No, so like he wouldn't be like talking back and stuff. Can I jump on this? Can I climb this? Am I supposed to be able to get on there, though, is the question. I don't think I'm supposed to. Yeah, it's not gonna let me. Because he doesn't talk ever? That's not true. Sometimes he goes, huh? Dash? Dash? Oh, you just mean run. I thought it was like a cool little, like, actual dash little move, but it's just run. You just mean run. Back later? Okay. I'll be here. Am I just... Landing in water, even from a great height. Yes, that, look at all the splash. Wow. Yes, that didn't change from the first game. You know this already. Ooh, a chest. Hello. Are you gonna kick it with... Oh, you're not gonna kick it with your little feetsies like you did in the first one. Archaic legwear. Simple, classic legwear. They're well worn and showing their age, but they still got a few good years left. Yeah, but now I won't be naked. No, we're doing it naked, guys. I feel like this is a debate, and like you're not actually supposed to be climbing some of these places. That's my stream. No, we're doing it naked. None of this. None of this nonsense. There's nothing up here, right? No, there's nothing up here. Alright, game. I will go out into the world. Hi, bird. The clanking of his sword already. But there's nothing even here. Like, what is it clanking against? He doesn't have a sheath. Oh, look at the ball. Oh my god. There's so much to explore. Oh my god. Can I go to every single one of these islands? Can I go to every single one of these sky islands? Oh, is that Mount Doom? Mount Doom. Yeah, we're calling it Mount Doom. We're calling it Mount Doom. Jump. Ooh, can I... No, I want to glide, like, in a direction. Oh, you won't let me. Okay. Holy shit. Dragon! I see a dragon! Is that new dragon? No, that might be Nadra. Why wear clothes when naked? Exactly. Why clothes when can be naked? Oh, there's like a snow one? I already love the music. Oh my god, it's so good! Dorgon! Think of all the bugs he's getting in his mouth, like in his face, like, oh, I can kind of glide. Alright. Oh, I wanted to belly flop! I wanted to belly flop, but he just straight went down. That's so funny. No, I wanted to belly flop. Could you imagine... Could you imagine if I belly flopped and just died the instant I start playing the game? Alright, which dragon is this? Can I... Oh, I can't. Okay. I can't, like, look through my thing yet? No. No. Okay. Okay. Can't look through my thing. Murdered by belly flop. Honestly, though, could you imagine, like, just straight plop? Alright, 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 alright. This is where the game clearly wants us to go. Which dragon is that? That doesn't look like... Is that Nadra? Are there new dragons? Oh, look at this. A tree branch. Press and hold. Yes, I know how to do. Give me the other tree branch. These are new. A sky shroom. These are new. Wait, can I break these for... No. Okay. Ooh, what this? Another branch. Amazing. Oh, look. Amazing. Oh, it does 1 damage. The tree branch does more damage? You're joking me. Hello, can I fight you, sir? Hi. Are you a little sweeper? Hello. Link! I have waited for you. Princess Zelda left something for you in my care. Oh, my Switch! This is the Purapad. It's cute. I'll take 10. Honestly. And I like the little warbling it does when it talks. Look at my manicure. Dang. The Purapad, Princess Zelda's prized device. It has a variety of features that are essential for adventure. Like the camera. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have now passed it on to you. You did your job. My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. My message has been delivered. Where am I? We stand in the Garden of Time. You're so cute. I love him. Imagine having that as your Switch. I'd cry. Honestly, same. It's so pretty. Why haven't they released a Switch that looks like that? I am curious. It was used in distant past. Many rites and ceremonies in the kingdom. That's the Temple of Time. Is it the Temple of Time, but upside down? Like, that's a different Temple of Time. But no more. Now it is a lonely place. No one visits. I'll go visit it. Oh, what'd that do? What'd that dog do? Oh, look, a wiggly hand. I happen to have a wiggly hand. What a coincidence. Give me these mushrooms. Alright, is there anything else before I continue? Wait, what's over here? Oh, can I fight you? You are bad. You are a bad guy, no! You are a bad man. Don't touch me. I killed you. A soldier construct horn. A blade like horn from a soldier construct, okay? And a zonai charge. Ooh. Interesting. What is a bone thing? A wooden stick. Looks like a bone, okay? Shut up. An altar with nothing on it. I love that for us. That's it. We're just doing the whole game with tree branches, apparently. I do like that the tree branches are, like, different. Like, the wood is the light of the trees, and the leaves are the yellow. Like, they clearly are, you know, these tree branches. And then I'm sure they'll change when you get to the other places. Tree branch, any percent? Oh my god, could you imagine? How many hits did I just get with that tree branch? 3? At least they're easy to come by. It's kind of cool that they just snap in like Legos. Alright. His little pieces plop, 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 plop. Alright, so that's a jump down. This is another little altar. Oh, what's this? Pick up. Yeet! Apple! Wait, can I cut the tree down with the broken Master Sword? Master Sword's running low on energy. No! Alright. Are you bad? No, you're not bad. A wooden stick. You can throw the weapon in your hand. Okay. Hello, you seem to be new here. Do you intend to use that weapon against the soldier contracts? Not really. The Zonai who created us gave them strict orders to protect this land. They will regard you as a trespasser if they spot you, and their directive is to eliminate all trespassers. You will have little choice in this scenario, but to fight them, it is better that you not hold back on our account. I have a piece of advice. If you do choose to engage with them, it is crucial to maintain a proper distance and target your opponents. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. Swinging haphazardly always yields results. I feel like you've never played a video game before. Practice targeting on me. Oh, but please do not actually attack. Hello. There you go. I did. Hey, can I, like, check? Do you have, like... No? Okay. Right here? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god, why did I just throw it through the hole like a dum-dum? Okay, nothing there. Tree branch. What's this? Search. Oh, a Zonai charge. Nice. Okay. I think we yeet ourselves, guys. I like my mind. There's no way. There's no way that we can literally go to every single one of these. Oh, look, cube. Like all my Switch friends, like one at a time, logging in. It's so funny. Froggy! Wait, come here, Froggy. Wait, no, Frog. I need this frog. No! Damn. I wanted that frog so I could cook it. Okay. Another frog over there now. I don't even know where to start going. Okay, they said I can do this, right? Go. Whoa. How do you, like... It has to go below, right? Like, it has to keep going, different layers? Adventure log. Find princess. Okay, album. Oh, look, this album's pictures. And then not available yet. Okay, cool. Alright, let's find Zelda. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Oh, look, you can see through. I love all the people who are posting pictures of this game, and they're like, it looks like shit. And then in the top corner, you'll see that, like, they're literally running it on, like, an emulator. And it's like, well, you're playing it on your cell phone, dude. What? Why? I'm stuck. I can't get off. There we go. A glitch, not even 20 minutes in. Love it. Wait, what did I pick up? What? Oh. Are there gonna be Koroks? I bet you there's Koroks. He's so strong. Like, these are much bigger than the last rocks. It's not exactly pretty, but at least it runs. Right, but like it doesn't look any different than Breath of the Wild looks. And like these people are like, it looks so shitty, and it's like it looks exactly like its predecessor does. But you can't use emulation as your standard of how it looks. I think it looks pretty. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying by any means that Nintendo can't do better, because they absolutely can do better. But I didn't expect it to be... Like, I didn't expect it to be some huge difference than Breath of the Wild. Emulation should, in theory, make it look... Right, like, I agree. Like, if you're emulating this on, like, your PC... like for sure it could look really good. But if you're emulating it on your cell phone, like what do you expect? Your screen's this big. What do you expect? Ugh. People are that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like I am not arguing at all that like it could look better, it should look better. Emulation possibly could make it look better, but bro literally posted like an iPhone like screenshot and it was like it looks like garbage and they're like oh thing. Oh, a Korok thing. We found our first Korok. First Korok, let's go. Yahaha. How many? How many do we think there are? You're not Hesty, but you see me? Didn't know someone like... Oh, yeah. I can see you. Baby! Is this a baby? I'm glad I actually, like, went over here. Wait, wasn't there? Yeah, there's these searchable things. This one I charge. This one I charge. Okay, nice. Where am I? Oh, this is where the temple's where I'm actually supposed to go. Mushroom, mushroom. It's really bright here, though. Like, it's really bright right here. How am I supposed to get over there? How am I supposed to get over there? Are there fish? Have we seen any fish yet? I haven't seen any yet. I do like... The minimap's a little big for my taste. Like, it fills up a lot of space on the screen. But I do like that it has the... I don't know if it comes through on stream or not. Maybe if I turn it so you can see through the water. But it has coordinates on the map now. Which is, like, super helpful. And it will be super helpful later when you're trying to do all these Koroks. Can I fight you? Okay, yeah. Two at one time. No, whatever will I do? Can I want your stick. Come here. I want your long stick. Wait, 3? Oh my lord. I gotta... let's use this one. Oh shit. I'm about to die. Is a huge... That seriously... Like, it's not something that I thought, like, I necessarily... I died already. It's not something that I necessarily thought I needed, but it's a huge update for sure. Okay. I need to remember that it's not full Breath of the Wild, where I've already got, you know, thousands of hours played. Like... Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm literally right here. Right where I died. So where'd the third one come from? Oh, over there. Okay, come here, dodge. I'm not a good dodger. The other dude hit me. You bitch. I want this. Thank you. I want this. Didn't finish Breath of the Wild. I have the tendency to have a nap. I'm right outside. Really? You're like right there. Inside the castle is such a cool map location though. Honestly. Okay, so wooden stick is the way to go. Okay. I beat Breath of the Wild like 3 times. It's been years. I'd have to restart. Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard, like, relearning controls to a game you've been playing a long time. It doesn't even matter, like, how much time you put into it before. If you stop playing it for any period of time. And my problem is I play so many different games, like, consistently all the time, that I'm always like, what are controls? What are buttons? I'm gonna go over there. Yeah, Zelda, I'll be there eventually. I wanna go look at this cool shit over here first. Oh my god, input crossover? Yeah. And especially, like, with me, like, my thing... Oh, an arrow. Interesting. My thing is that I play so many similar games. Like, I play so many survival craft games, and every single one is, like, ever so slightly different than... Oh my god, a bow! Ever so slightly different from the others, that is, like... Sometimes I'm like, I'll be in Minecraft, and I'm like, why isn't this working? And I'm like, oh, because I'm doing Valheim controls, or whatever. Give me this bow. Give me this bow. Yes. Equip a bow to attack enemies from afar. Bow time. Alright. I want to go up here. This looks so cool. Is this like a little skateboard? Little grindy wheel? Got you up while I fuck up my eyeliner? No problem. Thank you, Sky. I appreciate you. Ooh. Oh, this is definitely a buildy thing. This is definitely about to show me, like, the build mechanics in this game. There's no way. Can I walk across it? I'll fall. I'll fall. Alright, I feel like the game's about to give me the build mechanic. So I should just go. And I don't have the paraglider, so don't jump off stuff like an idiot. Because you can't. Ayaga! Did you get doggy? Did you get puppy? Wait, did I go over here? I've acquired a doofus dog, yes, amazing. A toasty sky shroom. Oh, I roasted that, but it's yours. You roast them? Why do you look like a cave link? Because I am. Among my tasks, explain anything. Okay. Any have questions about this place? Okay. I roast ingredients I place them beside the fire. Do not eat. But I'm given to understand that it improves the taste. Our creators roast ingredients. Okay. Use this fire to roast them. I do have ingredients. I do. But we have very important business to attend to. You regress back to cave days? Yes. I have pants, technically. I technically have pants. But why wear pants? Look at the little skirt. Oh, now I'm like I'm definitely wearing this. I thought that they were pants. It was very deceiving because like it looked like little pants. But it's just a little skirt. A little skirt and little sandals. I score in some sandals. Hungry. I am hungry, hungry hippos. Your little skirt? A little man skirt? Fashion. Fashion. Wonder if it has pockets. I think that's what the belt is for, if I'm being honest. Yo, give me your sword, the plus. No, I tried to do the thing. I'm gonna die, 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 I'm gonna die. How do? Wait, where's the one I just ate? Oh, here. My stick! I know. Hold on. Do I have this, though? I have this stick, though. Nyah! You fucking whore. Why? Why are you not jumping? Like, this is the one thing about Breath of the Wild that I had a hard time with. And I'm gonna have a hard time with it in this game, too. I already know. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the worst dodger, and I feel like if they're gonna rely heavily on dodging, it's gonna be rough. So I probably should have cooked. I probably should have cooked something, but it's okay. Wait. 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 Yeah, there we go. Why am I stupid, guys? I'm like, I can't dodge. I can't dodge. Can I have Billery, please? I need my ability, please. I want to be able to build stuff. Oh. It said no, you are not allowed.
That door will open only to those with sufficient power.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry. I did not intend to startle you.
For you.
It was I that spoke to you earlier. That arm originally belonged to me. I am Raru.
Oh. Source of the right arm.
Forgive me for appearing to you in this manner. Unfortunately, I no longer have a physical form.
I think he's a Zonai.
In any case, that
I
arm
believe.
should allow you to open this door. It seems to have lost the power to do so. You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place
You're a
filled
safe
with
Fennec Fox?
sacred light.
Maybe.
Of course.
Her little nose
Why
does too.
not visit the shrines on this island?
We can do shrines. Oh, hello. Chris's fave, a furry. Yeah.
The shrines. Yes, I'm sure they are the key.
All right, shrines. How many shrines we have? So there's one in front of us. Okay. So there's one shrine there. Okay. I don't have the paraglider. Don't jump off shit. My hair? Look at that. Look at that. Look at my hair. It's so majestic. Look at that. Yep. 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 Some Vidal Sassoon. Okay, so this is assembly required. Some assembly required. Oh, can I get the jump on this guy? No. That would have been cool. Oh, yep. Yes, rushrooms. So, little fun fact for those who play Breath of the Wild and or Tears of the Kingdom that you may not know, climbing at a diagonal uses less stamina than climbing straight or sideways. Why? I couldn't tell you, but it does. Weird? Yeah, it's I don't know why. Like, I honestly don't know why. But yeah, climbing at a diagonal uses less stamina than climbing, like, upwards or sideways. Yuko. 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 Hi, potato. Mutton. Keep giving brilliant tips. Okay, I will. I'm in need for when I play. Ooh. We are entering the potato. Oh, that's cool. Oh, the map is the loading screen. That's also kind of cool. Are you gonna give me a... Okay, there you go. By your lonesome privacy. Yeah. So you've made it here. This is a shrine of light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Okay. What are you gonna give me? Buildies? Are you gonna give me buildies? Buildies! Ultra hand, grab and move objects, rotate them, and stick them to other objects. He lost his arm. He did. He loses it in the very beginning, like in the cutscene in the beginning of the game. Trying to save Zelda. Zelda. Allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. Literally be able to build a great number of things. Okay. Receive the blessing from this shrine. Okay. Activate. Okay. 0 out of 10? I know. So is this... Okay, so this is replacing Magnesis as well. Is that what we're under the assumption here? That this is going to replace... Alright, so can I... Alright, hold on. Hold R. Horizontal. No. No. What the heck? There we go. Okay. So now... Yes. Attach. That's... Okay. We'll get used to it. Okay, so you wiggle to unstuck. Okay, and then attach. Okay. And then pick up the whole thing and rotate. No! Stop pushing the wrong buttons. Okay. And then rotate this way. Okay. Amazing. I have to like remember switch controls because I, for whatever reason, just don't remember. Okay, so. Okay. 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 So, let's put this down. Why are you standing? Okay. So that. Wait, maybe I should actually put it over here. Okay. Cursive I know. It really is. Okay. So rotate this way. There we go. Okay. Now this way. Okay. So let's put you like here. And then we'll get you. Give me. Okay, and then you do this. And then wait, no. This. Okay. And then we put you here. Okay, so what are these balls supposed to do? Can I have? I can't have? Whee. Okay. So then, can I move it while I'm on it? That would have been convenient. Oh, you son of a whore. There we go. Wait, Catan! I did it! Guys, I'm the best at Zelda! I'm the best at Zelda! Pro Zelda! You have done well to reach this place. We offer this light that will cleanse you. Evil! I like the music. I like the warping sound of the music. It gives like such an uneasy feeling. It's very smart. Oh, a little ball of light. Hold it with my creepy hand. Oh, look at my hand. Oh, some of the goo leaves? Crystal goes with light, purchase angel. Wait, so will I heal my entire arm? Like by the end of the game? My hand absorbed the ball. Touch the ball. Go fish in chat. Okay, so 1 ball, 1 diamond, and 1 poop. Hello, Router. You're very well. Getting through that shrine, and you restored an ability. This is wonderful. If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door to the Temple of Time. You may want to mark the shrines in the distance with pins. Then you'll never lose track of where they are. Okay, yeah, I know that. Yes, I know how to do. Alright. Oh, here's one over here. Where'd it go? There it is. Oh, motion controls. I hate you. Alright. So there's one there. Where's the other? He said there's 2 more shrines, right? Oh, there's buildy stuffs over here. Oh my gosh, why did I do that? Okay, so we can build a little platform to go here. You go there. No, I didn't want to. Why? I didn't want to connect you. No. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Alright, rotate. There we go. Now. Now connect. No. 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 Alright, I feel like this is gonna be a test. And it's gonna be like, oh, it's not quite long enough, lol. Alright, so let's do this. Nope, I like this way. This way. And then, where does it reach? Does it reach? Oh, it reaches. Okay, perf. Alright, so... Do I go down here? Oh wait, where's the... Oh, see, here's the top of the thing that would go down to there. Apple. Okay. So should I go... there? It's like more up. No, I need to go over here. I need to go over here. There's the shrine over there. Can I jump down without... Okay. What's this? Oh, fireflies! Fireflies, fireflies. Good. Good. Yes. Good. Oh, and a restless cricket. Let's go. Okay. Are you bad? No, you're not bad. You're good. Right? Yeah, you're good. Oh, little axe! A stone axe. Okay. My rusty broadsword is almost dead. Okay. So does this cut wood? It does. Wood! Wait, can I start connecting stuff, like, to my equipment? Why are you pushing? That's kind of cool. Okay. I need stuff to go over here. Wait, can I connect oh, hello! Are you gonna tell me something? So they're still at work, okay? They originally created the constructs to assist in our endeavors. All of us were fond of them. Never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks to this day. The fact that their labor no longer serves any purpose, yet they perform it still. It's disquieting to me. Okay, so I've got like a raft. You saw something gross? I don't want to see it. Wait, can I move? I can move those things? Hold on here. Let's think for a second. I need to connect to here. Okay, what can I make? Oh, maybe I can make like a drawbridge or something. Hold on. Like, maybe that's what it's telling me. Danger! No, not danger, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, will this work, though? And 94, I know, yeah, somebody, like, literally somebody said that earlier. It's insane to me. Right, I want this part right here. Grab it. Get off. No, I don't want the... Oh my god. I want to take... Alright, hold on. Am I not doing this right? Grab. I just want this one part, not the whole thing. Okay, no. Alright, so you... I know, but people just do. It's crazy. Alright, so you go there. You go there. Okay, can I pick all... Will this whole thing go across now? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's been over 94 minutes. How come you haven't beaten this game yet? Listen! I'm trying, okay? It's gonna take me 94 minutes to walk across this. Alright, I made it. I made it. I made it! Can I really grab these things? Grab. No. Why do you glow like a... Oh my god! What are you supposed to do with these giant fucking floating islands? Wait. Aha. And then they just stay... They just stay floating? What is gravity? Gravity! It's gonna be hard to... I've never once claimed to be a speedrunner, ever. Ooh, a chest. Now I try defying gravity. And now I try defying gravity. Amazing chest. You mean this one? Look at this chest. Look at this chest. So majestic. Here. So majestic. Let's get the flowers in here and everything so it's all artsy. So majestic. Okay, is there anything else on this little island here? No. Majestic. Where's the face? This one. Look at him. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. Link is, I think, I talked about this at the beginning of stream. Link is exactly my type. He's a golden retriever. He's loyal. He doesn't argue or he doesn't talk back. Oh, the pun face? That one? Lol, a golden retriever. Envoy, have you never heard me describe my taste in men? Because I like fluffy golden retrievers. This better be a Korok. Yes. Please do before I have to go. Oh no, that was it. I like fluffy, so like fluffy hair, you know, the fluffy hair with like the little fluff comb over fluffy hair. I like them to be, you know, golden retrievers, like loyal and and just, yeah. Just imagine a man, a golden retriever, but as a man. Alert ears, fluffy tail, overly excitable. Yep. Just there to have a good time and be included. And wanting to spend time with me and, you know. Here I am pondering if I'm a golden retriever. If you have to think if you're a golden retriever, you might just be a golden retriever. You don't have the hair for it though, Envoy. But that's just my personal preference. Is the fluffy golden hair, but that's just a me thing. That's just a my preference, my type kind of thing. I definitely did once upon a time. Whoa. Alright, so I have all of these platforms. And I have to get up to where? Over there. So what am I supposed to do with all these platforms? I'm curious. I'm not a golden retriever, unfortunately. I'm an orange cat. Listen, there's something for everyone, Bubbles. Alright, I have to go entertain the masses in person, though. Gross! Are you playing Melee or whatever tonight? Always took a moment to appreciate it when I passed by. Why is this, like, fly over here? There we go. Garden of Time was quiet. The only sound to be heard was the time bell ringing in mornings and evenings. It was as if the whole place changed its chime, especially at night when the sound signals the emergence of fireflies. Those were glorious times. Nice. Game night, a weekly event for my base that I host. Oh, magic! Some MTG. Some gathering of the magical persuasion. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Am I supposed to be able to get up there? Am I supposed to be able to? I feel like this is not correct. Like... Am I just like making like a fake staircase or something? Like, is that what I'm doing here? Oops, wrong button. Alright, and then we rotate like this. Okay, and then we go, I don't need to attach. There we go. Okay, and then you, let's go up first. And then let's grab you. And then we'll swing around. We're not having more chicken cards. I think they're afraid of making a playable chicken card and everyone just saying nice cock. Well, is it a nice cock? I mean... And it'll have to do. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Yes. I love how all of that was just for some mushrooms. Ooh, buildy stuff. Oh, no, no, not buildy stuff. Ooh, lots of arrows, though. I'll take it. Select your bow. I know. Okay. How am I supposed to get over there now? I guess I can just go. Boop. Boop. There we go. Nice. That was fun. Oh no, you turned. No. Everything is ruined. Oh shit, hi, where'd you fucking come from? Holy shit. Okay. A horsey? Man, I didn't even, like, notice. That's how completely unaware I am of life. Alright, let's get rid of more sticks. Drop you. Because I want this. Wait, when can I start, like... When- oh, what the fucking bird? That bird just came at me. A rusty shield. What does this do? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Open the chest, please. Thank you. Oh, look, it's like a little owl. You see this little owl? Okay. Give me something. Give me something. That's an opal. Come on, man. Here for support as... Thank you so much, Squints. I got a lurker switch Detective Pikachu. Ooh. I am having a blast. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hello. This is probably gonna hurt me, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, amiibos. Oh, I wonder if any of the old amiibos will work. Are you gonna make me cut a tree down? Is that what you're gonna make me do? Okay. Like this one. I like how the game is like presenting all these like very simple options and they're like, here you go, make a very simple raft. And I'm like, no, 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 not good enough. I need to make a cruise ship to go across this little lake here. And then I think, I'm gonna guess, this is just a guess, but I'm going to think that the game wants me to use, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here. I'm gonna guess that it's gonna want you to use a Korok frond. Oh wait, you can't? How do you stick stuff to it? Oh wait. Select, sort. I can't do it yet. I can't attach yet. Okay. Okay. So we can't do my plan, I guess. Stone two-handed axe. Okay. You. And then we... No. We rotate you. No. No. What? I can't see. Okay. Attach. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's giving me the wind right off the get. Like, it's showing me what I'm supposed to be doing, like, right off the get-go. Ooh, what's this? A thick stick. A thick stick, chat. A thick stick. Let's drop one of these sticks and we'll get the thick stick. Stone axe. Break all these. Look at my stone axe broke. I love this for me. Alright, is there anything else over here? Oh, look, there's one of these. And it goes to there. Okay, so I need one of the, like, the hook things to build with. Alright, I need to eat some fruit or something. Can I just eat? No, you can't just eat it like that. You still have to go in here. No, you still have to go in here and eat. Okay, let's get our little raft. And we'll go. Oh shit, our raft's gonna go! Yep. Because Link apparently- No, don't! Alright, get back over here. Get back over here. How game? Game good. Goodbye, boat! I did it, I broke it! Ah! I'm fixing. Okay. Now don't sail away without me this time, boat! Please! Now jump! Oh, I made it. The boat didn't leave without me. The boat didn't leave without me this time. This is, I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. This is the most excruciating moment of my life. With the Magnety power has glue now? Yeah, so it's like a build. It's like a little build mechanic, and it's got this green goop. Look at this glittery green goop. You build now. And everything is magnet. Everything magnetic. Alright, what do we think our second ability... Oh, is our second ability gonna be the one where we can combine our weapons now? I hope so. I hope so. Dirge, how are you? How's, Ranky Poo treating you? I did ranked for the first time ever ever. And it wasn't bad, actually. Combining weapons? Yeah. So from what I've seen on like the trailer and stuff is one of your new abilities is you can like stack stuff on your weapons. Like you can take 2 sticks and make a super giant mega stick. But I do not know how to do it yet. I bet I'm gonna get it in this shrine, though. If I had to guess. Been fun. The pace is a lot slower. Biggest, stickest. Oh, did you see my thick stick? My thick stick. I got that. Enisa. My thick stick. Yeah, so the placement matches were kind of sweaty. Because obviously, like, everybody needs to do their placement matches. So we had a lot of Preds and Diamonds in our placement matches, which was kind of annoying. But yeah, I've been playing Apex for what, like 4 months or some shit? Like, I'm not very good at it. So it was just kind of like, it was just one of those things where it was like, pushing myself out of my comfort zone and like just seeing if it was something that I could do. Based around MMR now? Yeah. And I like that the, I'm gonna screw this up. The RP, because it's not RP anymore, it's LP now, is that what it is based on your placement, not on, like, your kills, which is nice, because I don't get a lot of kills, but I'm, like, a really good support player, because I play Watson, so, like, I don't know. People less, like, yeah, and it also plays a bit slower, yeah. You made it here. Extend your right hand. Here you go. Here you go. I love Watson. Yeah, I was a Valkyrie main for forever. And then I played Watson for like a weekly challenge or whatever. And I was like, I like her. And then I started winning like games playing as Watson. I'm like, okay, clearly there's a pattern here. Yeah, so Watson is my main. Fuse, there it is. So Watson's my main and Valk is my secondary. I've been playing a lot of Rampart lately, too. Okay. Allows you to fuse something nearby to your weapon or shield, enhancing it. Loba's always your main. Nice. Yeah, Loba's fun to play, too. You learn how to play on Caustic. My gosh, I could never. I'll see you guys in 27 years as I'm running as fast as I possibly can. Use fuse and receive the blessing from the shrine. Okay. Defensive is a good way to learn. Yeah. Who did I... So I started on Wraith. And, went to... Okay, so fuse. L. Ah! Look at me! No! Aw, fuse has already been used on this. Alright, hold on. Let's do this. So much. What do I do here? What do I do here? Shit, what do I do here? Hello? Ah! Okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Look at his face! Wait, look at his face. Hold on. It's like, peekaboo. 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 It's like you can't see me. I'm hiding. Hold on. Can I? Oh, I can't crouch. Damn. Hold on. If I line it up right, you can't even see that I'm here. Hold on. Look at. Oh my god, guys, look at this. This is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't even care. Wait, it has to affect... it has to affect durability, right? It's like fake rock to hide a key. A key to the Triforce. Link. Alright, hold on a second. So there's like little trees in here. Wait, are these bombs? Fire fruit. Wait! Wait, 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 wait a second. How do I do? Oh my gosh. Wait, what am I supposed to do though? I see you. And then this is gonna push the button. Oh, it's not a button, it's just a little platform. Bump. Oh my gosh. The possibilities are endless. Oh, a small key. The possibilities are endless. Look at my sword stick. My swick. My swick is so long, it's dragging on the floor. This is crazy right now. Dang, this is a long shrine to teach me how to fuse my weapons. Hello? Yes, I see that, but you're on fire now, so... Wait, did you just hit me with their rock sticks somehow? Look at my dead body on the ground. Alright, so hold on. So how did he hit me with that? That ragdoll looks rough. How did he hit me so far? Wait, do I have to do this whole thing again? Oh, I do. But not really, because I'm already... Like, ouch. I know, did you see him, like, limp over, like, flop over himself? Like, holy smoke. Okay, so we'll go through here. And then we can go through here. Alright, so I burned this dude, but it didn't do enough. I'm curious what, like, some of these other things do. Like, what does a Zonai charge on here do? Nothing? Or did I do it too early? Hold on, let's try again. Okay, hold on. I want to try a Zonai charge on this again. But I don't know what it does. Does it do anything? No. Don't touch me! How far away can I hit this guy from here? So far. No! 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 God, it does such damage. Alright, hold on. No, 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 I want to do this. Thank you. Holder shield is badly damaged. Alright, hold on a second. I need to think. Alright, hold on. So if I do this, and then I do this. No, I lied. This. There we go. And then this, and this. No! Oh my god, I did it. I literally saw it a second too late before I could dodge. Ooh, I can flurry rush now. Alright. Ooh, a construct bow. Let's go. A rock hammer. Nice. A captain construct horn. Okay. Let's eat some apples. So we're not dinging. Alright, and then... this. Alright, give me my thing now. Thank you very much. Put the light in my hand, please. You've done well to reach this place. I don't need to read all this. It's gonna be the same. 2 lights. Interesting. So can I trade them in? I saw it, just a heads up. Okay, that's fine. Give pink tings. Give the tings, please. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. How was your day? I would like to order some food, but I really shouldn't. I should be. Alright. Oh, is that the other one? Thank you. What food? Well, no food, because I shouldn't spend money. Something I failed to give you. Please take it. What's that? What the fuck is that? Energy cell? It was fine, I guess. Snacks? Oh, I do have some snacks. Can't demonstrate its utility because there are no zoning devices right here. Oh, this is like the little battery thingies. That's right. That's right. I saw that in the trailer. Should try to use this. Okay. Okay. He has ET vibes. I love him, but he's so cute. Look, they're fighting. You're dead. You're not dead. Now you're dead. Boop. Oh, I want a long stick. Stemelish room. Plus fuse attack power. Wait, do you have a sign? What is this? A board guster. How is that not hitting you in the eye? There we go. Ah! There we go. Okay. I need this chest. Oh, I can cook. Let's cook. Let's cook. Do you have a shirt yet? A Soldier Reaper. Oh, see, this is nice. That's new. Like, they gave you the option to, like, pick something in your inventory to swap it out with. So if this is almost broken, and I fuse something to it, does it, like, make the durability go back up? So now what's my durability on it? Yeah, it does. It brings the durability back up. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Discovery. Pond side cave. These are new. Bright bloom seed. Caves are new? Interesting. Oh, keys? Oh wait, I remember seeing that if you put a Keese eyeball on your arrow, it becomes a tracking arrow. Which is, what the hell are you? Pretty bad. Giant bright blooms. Oh, you are bad. Can I break these without explosives? Oh, I can. Okay. Okay, okay. So let's do this. And then we'll do this with... No, I hit the wrong button again. This one. There we go. Hi, Zaz. Welcome in. How are you? Okay. Amber, amber, amber. Okay. Zaz, thank you for the lurk, my friend. I appreciate you. That's my arrow back. So how do I defeat this dude? This little creature-y dude here. Oh, I just did? No, I didn't. Oh, I did? Oh, he's a blurpy! A bubble gem. Bubble frogs and caves dare to collect even more. That's very interesting. Of course, if you give me more things to want to collect, I will collect them. Okay. What's this? Oh, my tunic! I have a shirt now. I have a shirt now. Look at me! I'm so handsome. Look at me. Oh. I have to build more. Turn around. Turn around. Steward contracts. We're the first to be built. After that, we craft the others suited to different roles. Culinary contracts, maker contracts. You'll find all sorts of them still active in this place. Some became so skilled within their specialties that they surpassed us. We began to learn from them instead. You should take time out to talk to them. They can teach you many things you might not yet know. I remember seeing this from the gameplay trailer, so I'm going to do other stuff first. I cannot line them up because this other one's in the way. Okay. When did I get the paraglider? Ooh, it's gonna hurt. A stam bulb? Alright. Damn. How did that completely miss? Use this one. Why are you not bringing your bow? There we go. No, line up. There we go. Nice. Who needs to use melee weapons? Interesting. Okay. Sort. Okay. So now I can get up here, right? Maybe I can't get up there? Wait, what was that question mark? Oh, an acorn. Fuse attack power. What could... Some of these things, like, what could you possibly need to fuse an acorn for? Nice. Wow, that fat. No! Oh, come on. No, come on! Who needs to follow instructions? Not I. Dude, I want the paraglider. Oh shit. Oh wait, I have to do it this way to get back up. Can I even? Well. Well. I don't know what to do here. Shit. No one saw that? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. There we go. Here we go. Wait, why can't I still grab it? Wait, why can't I grab it? What? Why can't I grab it from underneath it? What the heck? That's so weird that I literally can't grab it from underneath. Weird. Okay, I can't move it while I'm on it. Makes sense, I suppose. That's so... Why can't you Ultra Hand from underneath, though? Like, I find like that's such a strange limitation. Wait, where's my other thing I'm looking for? I almost want to die just to get off this island. Which I don't even know if necessarily that will do what I need for it to do, but I just... I don't understand why you can't move things from underneath it. Okay, there we go. Those birds are mean. One of them crashed into me in the beginning of the game. For no reason other than to just fuck up my day. Alright, so I went in that one. Don't touch me. If I die to this bird, I'm gonna be so pissed. So I came from there. Go up, maybe? What's at the top of this tree? Let's see. So yellow? I know, it's very yellow up here, actually. You need to be burned. Yeah, haha! There it is. Yeah! Yep, yep! So we found 3 so far. I don't know. I don't know how many. I don't know. Probably too many though, let's be real. Oh, son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I bet that's how you get up. Do you want to know? Sure. like, it's probably gonna be at least 900. Yeah, I was gonna say, at least 900, yeah. Okay, I might have screwed myself. Because I have to get up there. And I can't use these platforms because they're too low. Shit. Okay, what's that? Okay, or fall to your death. That's fine too. Or just ever so slightly glide off the edge and die. That's fine too. Okay. Oh, fuck me, I'm here. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Alright, alright, alright. Let's think, let's think, let's think. There's no way that I'm stuck. Like, the game doesn't, like, hard lock you anywhere, so you're not stuck. Oh, I bet you I can fall here. And not get hurt. Okay. Hi, fishy. Hi, Mock! Welcome in. Okay. Okay. I see. You. You. Okay. So then... I see. Right? Like this? Ooh, what? This isn't gonna be right. This isn't gonna be right. This isn't gonna be right. Okay, let's see. Have you broken the game in every way yet? Are you enjoying the fruits of your vacay? Listen, I'm not gonna lie. So something is wrong with my foot, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's carpal tunnel. I don't know if it's arthritis or gout or whatever. But my foot has been absolutely killing me for the past couple days, and I don't know why. And today, I literally thought I was going to die. My foot hurts so bad. So the fact that I don't have to go to work for however many days is gonna be the greatest. Why is Ryan Reynolds the perfect Pikachu? Ryan Reynolds is the perfect everything. Wait, Stop. Why are you not going the way that I need for you to go? Which is this way. Guys, how do I keep breaking it? Alright, 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 alright. Alright, hold on. This way. Attach. Okay. And then this. Ah! How did that happen? I I can't make it back. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. No. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna do this. That's okay. Hold on. Okay. This way. Okay, and then do this. And then attach. It spins the thing! My log! Alright, guys, let's see what happens. Oh, 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 oh. We have movement. We have liftoff, and we're back in the thing. Oh, oh. I'm the best Delta player in the world! Oh, I can't believe that worked. Oh, I can't believe that worked. There's no way that worked. Oh no! Where did the clip it? That's the clip's gonna be wrong, but it's at least gonna be marked. There's no fucking way that that worked. There's no... There's no way that that worked! It was a single... It was one single log, and then the fan was on one end crooked, making it all lopsided. How did that work? How did that work? How did that even work? Oh my god, how did that even work? Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh, that should not have worked, guys. That should not have worked. Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, that's too funny. It worked and that's that. You are not wrong, my friend. It worked. Ugh. Fire fruit on my wooden stick. Now I can light fires! Like this. Right now I can't. Wait, how come this doesn't work? This should work! This should work! Flame stick. Yeah, how make flame? Like that? Wait, it didn't work! What? What? Wooden stick? Fire. Fire. Fire! There we go. Thanks. Fire. Everything's fine, fire. Okay, sort. Sort materials. Alright. We can cook. Grows in trees. Eat it to restore health. Alright, so we will select for recipe. Oh. Interesting. A mushroom skewer! Nice. Okay. Ooh, that's different too. They made it so you can change how many items you're holding without having to like redo it. That's helpful. So like if you picked up too many apples or whatever, you can just reduce it without having to redo it. That's nice. Oh, I need to blow this up. Alright, so do we have... How do I put a rock? How do I put a rock on my arrow? I don't know how to put a rock on my arrow. Wait, do I do this? I lied, come back. There we go. Oh, I fell in a hole! Me literally creates a hole. Also me. Oh no, I fell in a hole. Ooh. What did you think was gonna happen? I didn't think it was gonna, like, go out the other side. I thought it, like, was just, like, a little hole in the ground. Oh no, the consequences of my actions! No, like, I thought it was just gonna be, like, a little hole that I would, like, step in. I didn't think I would, like, fall through it. I never expect the consequences of my own actions. You should know this by now. You should know this by now. Alright. So we need to continue going up here. That's why you call 411 before you dig. Listen, I've played enough Minecraft to know you never dig directly above you or directly below you. Choo-choo! What does choo-choo jelly on an arrow do, I wonder? OMG, yes. Lava will end you, yeah. Unless you're playing Sons of the Forest and you can drink it, yeah. Alright, I want to experiment here. No, don't look at me! What can I put on these to, like, make big booms? Do you do a big boom? Oh, you don't do a big boom. Do you do big boom? This is fun. The eyeballs, because look, they make, like, little tracking arrows, see? I missed. Like a dummy. Why am I missing? Holy shit, I am straight missing. Oh, I need to turn motion controls off because I forgot, like, any movement. What's, like, if I do this. Hold on, see? Oh, my bow broke. See, look. See, it's motion controls. I need to turn it off. I need to turn it down. What? Oh, you shot me from the back! I was like, he didn't even hit me! That sucks. I've died way too many times for being this soon into the game. Holy shit. I think my cockiness in Breath of the Wild, like how much I've played Breath of the Wild, is like making me like not remember that this is the beginning of this game. You know what I'm trying to say? Like I keep doing stupid stuff that I shouldn't be doing because this is the beginning of the game and I'm getting cocky. I want to drink lava. I'm bummed that we didn't That we didn't find it first before they patched it. Ooh, wait a second here. How many of these fans do you think I couldn't put on here? All of them go so fast? Whee! I can't see anything. Oh. Oh. This is so stupid. I approve. Yes. Hello. Cave is especially dark. You'll need a light in order to proceed. Do you have any bro light? I do. I'm gonna use it. Okay. Oh, so I do put it on a stick? To use bright bloom seeds in dark places. Okay. I'm off to lurk. No. Wait, what are you playing? Wait, what are you playing? Bramble. Okay. Okay. Wait, what does this do? Like... Oh. That's so weird. Zonate. Okay. Okay, so you... Do you throw these? So, how do you, like... You can't just grab stuff from here? You have to... Okay. Okay. No, I know, Yaga. I know that's what you said. You know how I'm feeling right now, so... You guys just let me know, really, I guess. What is this for, I wonder? So that way, so then we go this way. Lava! But literally no, because it was, yeah. I do feel like this is gonna be a learning curve. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're really, like, they're really betting on people being creative. Zonite. I am. Sneaky mineral that can be mined far beneath the land below. There are trace deposits on the island. They are limited to this cave. Okay. Into other materials. These properties. Wait one moment. Oh, what are we getting? Okay. It's really powered to zonite charges. Okay. Solidify into crystallized charges. You're burning zonite into other useful materials. It's called processing. Okay. Oh. Okay. Supply forms zonite. More material in the constructed energy cells. Okay. So can I just take these now? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. I see, I see, I see. So then... Okay. So do I have to actually physically come back here each time? I've not given permission to take those. Zonite capsules? Convenient means, okay. Seem to have none. I'll lend you a few spares. Okay. Oh. So you can, like, carry pieces around. Oh no. Oh no, I need to bring my minecart back over here. Oh no, there's one here. Oh, there's a bunch here. Someone involved in this game is a Dragon Ball or DBZ fan. Oh, because of the orbs. Alright, take out device. Just one. Press and hold, select. Okay, but that's even worse. Half the time. Like, I don't understand. So you're saying... Oh, and then I just drop like that? Okay. I see, okay. Go all the way up. Go all the way up! Oh wait, I need to go back down there and get that thing. Because I died there. It's like a gumball machine. Look, it's a little gumball machine. How do I do, I wonder? Do you put... Okay, what do you drop in here? Tell me what I need. Check, okay. Do you want to use the device dispenser? I have nearly met my target. You're welcome to use it. I would like to use it. So resources such as construct horns. Okay. You can process resources you hold by dropping them to a receptacle. Okay. Okay. Cannot be put... Okay, I know that. My foot, guys. Something is wrong with my foot. Okay, so if we put... If I put a charge in here, it says... Drop. No. Drop. Can't take that out here. Drop. Why? Do I have to do it this way? gumball machine. What'd I get? What is that? A flame emitter. That's fun. Oh, so can I do this? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. But then... Did I get 3? Yay! A fan. A portable pot. Oh, that's so cool. Chat. All right, so we're gonna do 3 more of these. Okay. Continue. Ooh, that was a lot of stuff. Okay, so can I mark this on my map? Oh, is it already mapped? Oh, it is. A forge construct. Where? Oh my gosh, you're so cute! A Korak. Traveling with my friend. But we got separated. I can't wait to catch up. So tired, I can't move. Can I pick him up? Lol. Lol. Okay. I got this. I got this, little dude. I got you, little dude. You just watch this, little guy. You just wait, my little guy. My little dude. Okay. Buckle up, little guy. You're going for a ride. Oh, I guess I'll go with you. I was just gonna send it, but I'll go with you. We did. Look, we did. Just drop him everywhere. Did it. I made it thanks to you. You're welcome. Here's all I have. 2 Korak seeds. Okay. Oh, they're so cute. Alright, so now, the question is, can we... Him backpack too big, him too tiny, him little boy. Him's a little boy. There we go. Okay. Hook. 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 Okay, I need another hook. 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 It's beautiful! Alright, chat. Do you think it's gonna work? I think it's gonna work. Well, that's disappointing. Alright, let's get rid of this one here. Take it. Okay. And then let's match. No. Let's get, like, here. No. That's very incorrect. No. No. Hook. Hook. Okay. I don't think this is gonna work. Okay, try again. There we go. See? Oh, okay. Okay, turn it off. There we go. Wait, where's the other thing? Like, where is the other temple? In there. What's that? I wanna go there, but I'll probably die. How's Breath of the Wild? Breath of the Wild is good. Tears of the Kingdom is good. How are you, Spooky? I'm good. I'm good. I am vibing. Okay, so how do I get over there then? Looking for something fun to play? What are you in the mood for? Something chill, something fast-paced? I really enjoyed Dead Island, honestly. The splash is so funny to me. Okay. Oh, a cave. Wait, didn't we come from this cave? No, we didn't. We didn't come from this cave. Chili peppers! Looking for a can't put down story. I'm not gonna lie, Spooky. I haven't played anything that I felt like I couldn't put down in a really long time. I feel like this is probably gonna be that for me. But I also feel like streaming has not ruined. Ruined is 100% the wrong word. But I feel like there's some things that I can't enjoy because I feel like I should be streaming it. Like, I almost said screw it and just played this by myself. But I was like, I wanna stream it. I don't know. Streaming's weird. It makes you feel like weird feelings about games in general. Final Fantasy 14. I'm gonna be cold in here, yep. Alright, hold on. I gotta make a spicy pepper down here. Damn, I gotta go all the way back. Oh. I don't have to do that. Remember, I have magical pots now. Single player one. Isn't that like the boy band road trip one? Okay. Now, I can cook my spicy peppers. Front of the cave wants to teach a spicy recipe. It's possible. I happen to remember this one from before. Wait, it's a one time only? Oh, what a debate. Oh, what a debate. Alright, let's find this thing over here. Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay. Impromptu fan club over here. Boy band road trip. No, don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh, promptu. Why did I read impromptu? I think I just literally read promptu and just my brain went and did the dumb. Alright, how? Through that cave, maybe? See, I've only got 6 minutes. I can't waste a lot of time. I'm gonna try through this cave and see if this cave will take me up. If your stamina oil runs out. Yes. Alright, so what's the next ability we're gonna get? The one to, like, go through ceilings? Discover. Bottomless cave. Oh, here's bombs! Bombs! Oh, I am not going to be throwing bombs. I am going to be attaching them to every single one of my arrows. Can you turn around? Thank you. No, stop, stop. Link, stop. Link! He gets so excited sometimes. What is that noise? Oh, that's what they meant by bottomless cave. Not like it doesn't have a bottom, like it goes on forever. Like, it doesn't have a bottom, like it literally just yeets you into oblivion. Doesn't have a bottom. Pew! I wonder if it's gonna be relatively the same as... Ew, ew, what is that? Oh, I hate it. What are you? Ew, what's in your mouth? See, what's that? Ew, what is that? Wait, come back out so I can hit your little mouth thingy. What about like this? Does that like increase? I don't really like this. Ah! Oh, it's almost dead. It's almost dead. Hold on. Okay. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Yeah, haha. Haha! You tried. Come on, switch your little thingy out. It's like almost dead. There we go. What is this? That's not like. Wait, are you telling me that those are supposed to be the likes? Like the little wobbly tubes that stole your shields and stuff? I don't like that. Alright, I'm running out of time for my cold resist. Why do you, like... My one complaint so far is that some of the... I don't know if they're hitboxes or what they're technically are, but sometimes, like, he slides off of stuff, and I'm like, why? Oh, a flame emitter shield? Hold on just a second. No, can you stop? So if I do this, hold on. Stop! Jesus fuck. Okay, the flame shield is pretty ridiculous. Flame shield is the way to go, chat. Oh look, a flame emitter, nice. Alright. There's a lot of, like... There's a lot of mechanics in this game. Like, the build mechanics, like... I feel like they're really gonna have you relying on combining a lot of resources together. Which is fine, like, that's what it's supposed to be, but... Wait! Oh, no. I thought, okay. So it just goes. I thought, like, there's a button you can push. I was like, wait a second, that's amazing! But it's not, it just goes. Alright, I've only got 2 minutes of cold resist left. Do I go up? Do I go up? Icy vertical surfaces are slick and hard to climb. Other vertical surfaces become slicker and wet. No, that doesn't do anything. Okay. Okay, so we have to figure out how to climb. And I can't climb there, obviously. Okay. Is it gonna give me something to climb with? No. Okay. So these are all sticks. I can't climb any of this. I am gonna run out of cold resist while I figure this out. Oh wait, there's a little climby spot there? But I have to get up the waterfall to do it? Is that what we're... Is that what the impression that we're under here? Alright, I have to use another cooking pot. And then I've got to cook my... What do you call this? Okay. Cook. Give me a little bit more cold resist. See if I can possibly figure out how to get over there. Alright, so that's 12 minutes. We've got 20 seconds left. No! I got froze. I can't hear you, but if you're enjoying the game, stare intensely into the camera and give a thumbs up or something. Okay, hold on. Is that good? Alright. So, excellent. Okay. Alright. Okay, so here. I got it. So down here. Across that bridge right there. This guy's gonna see me. I know. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, good. Here's more peppers. Okay, I think we can get up this way. I think. Wait, these are not... This cave is not checked off. What the... You did not just shoot me as I'm climbing here. This is gonna freeze me if I get in here, isn't it? Yep, get up. Okay. Okay. I don't have the paraglider. Because I was gonna say, like, I could just make an updraft and just go, but I don't have the paraglider, so there's that. Okay, I think I'll make it up to this platform. And then I have to figure out what I missed. I have to figure out what I missed in this other cave that did not mark it complete. So that's kind of annoying. It's there. I'll make it. I'll make it. Ooh, look at that one up there. Okay, here we go. Is this water? We don't want to go in water. Water will hurt us. It's not water. Okay, it's just the way that the light... Ooh. Oh, is that a cave? No, that's not even a cave. That's not even a cave! There we go. Gutenbach Shrine. Okay. I do like that the loading screen has the map. Okay. What ability are we getting today? I'm gonna just turn my camera off for a minute so I can kind of adjust my posture and stretch for a second. Extend your right hand. Give me what power? So we've got the rewind ability. We have like the one where you can go through like ceilings. Ascend, I think it's called. Yep. So it's the Ascend one. It's the one where you can go through ceilings. Move upward through solid material and emerge on top of it. Okay. So this one I'm really curious. Like, how useful this actually is, you know? Like, how useful is this ability gonna be, like, in the real world? Okay, so if I go here... There's probably a chest here, right? Yep, okay. So you can peek out... So you can peek out and decide if you want to emerge, I guess is what it is? Okay. So then... You have to go back down, right? Yeah, okay. Then you go here. Okay. So if you don't want to emerge, and you hit back... Oh, you go back down. Ah, okay. So if you go through, and it's, like, not safe, or it's not where you need to go, or it doesn't lead to where you need it to be, you can just go, oopsie daisies, never mind, and just go back. when there's like nothing. That was kind of cool. Like how it, Oh, so is this something? Oh, okay. Wait, what is that I can't go through here? Oh, too slow. Oh, see, that would have been really cool if you could have gone, like, up through both levels, you know? I like that animation. I really like that animation. Like the swimming one. Alright, we don't need to watch any of this. This is just giving me my orbs. Okay. Ba-ba-da-da. Bing. So do you get 4 orbs and then you get to increase your stammies or your whatevers? Is that how this is gonna work? And also, when do I get the paraglider? When do I go to Hyrule? I have so many questions. So you've restored some power to that new arm of yours. Okay. The door into the Temple of Time should now open for you. Closed door. Okay. Now I have to go all the way back to the Temple of Time. I can't go down there because that will hurt me. Oh yeah, I can go here. I can use my new ability and I can literally go right here. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button! Okay, go through. Okay, and then I bet you there's gonna be something here. So when I charge. Okay. Archaic warm greaves. Yay, I've got little warm pansies. Little pansies. That animation is so cool. Let's be real. Oh, a Korok. Okay, easy peasy. Also, fun fact for anybody who doesn't know or didn't learn this or figure this out, in Breath of the Wild, which I imagine they're also going to do in Tears of the Kingdom, the hole that you have to fill in will always be facing the direction of the missing stone. So if this was a bigger puzzle and you wanted to know where to start looking, it will always be in the direction of the stone. So it should be easy to find that way. God, come on. You're like right there. Which is a kind of a fun thing, I guess. Convenient thing, I suppose. Okay. And now, see, this is like... Annoying's not the right word, because it's not annoying. It's just like, what am I supposed to do with... hands? All of these pieces now. Alright, so this is like a flying thing. Do I glide? What do I put on these to make them glide? What do I put on these to make them glide? What do I put on these to make them glide? Let's talk to this guy. Pinnacle technology, building advanced civilization with them flourish. Okay. If you can master the use of the Zonai devices, you're possibly much easier. Right, I get that. I understand. Gremlin of the movie is now explaining how Elsa loves to eat Mexican food. Duh, don't you know that Elsa eats Mexican food? Duh. How uncivilized. I feel silly, like... like, my brain literally can't put together what they would use to glide. Like, what do you use to glide? Do I just use a thing? Like a fan? Alright, let's get some more stuff. Why is there's like one single little like mosquito or gnat or something and it's driving me absolutely crazy. Alright, so we'll do alright, put in. Give me some fans. Or something new. Don't really understand the correlation between Pikachu and Elsa eating Mexican food though. Maybe they just want Mexican food and they don't know, like, they don't know how else to, like, explain to you that they want Mexican food. I don't know, I'm just guessing. Leaves, the ones, yeah, they do. They do. But I'm just like, it's this thing. So it's clearly, like, you stand on here, clearly those are the feet. Alright, I'm gonna try the fans. I don't think these are them. Like, I don't think this is what I need to do, though. Oh shit, it's a hand. Alright, so put this, turn it around. One on each wing, maybe? One in the back? That's not enough, okay. So one is not enough. No, why did you move like that? She always wants Mexican food? Well then now you know. Now you know the correlation. The correlation is simply, I want Mexican food. It's quite simple, actually. It's just you who doesn't understand, Dad. Alright, that's crooked. No! Okay. Wait. 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 Do they go under? Is this it? Do they go under? Can you still freeze in place and whack things? I don't. Not yet. If there is still stasis, I don't have it yet. So I'm not entirely sure. Okay, I still don't think this is right. Oh, shit! Shit! Okay, it's right! It's not! Okay. Alright, now. The question is, chat, how do I control which direction everything is traveling in? You know? Okay. This, I'm gonna die. I should save before this, but No, I was gonna say full send, but no, we're gonna save. We're gonna save, because I'm definitely gonna die. That reaction. I think it counts. Like, I think if you do one, I think it counts. Let's see. Okay. 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 Let's think this through. Okay, so those are good now, right? All three along the middle? Okay, let's try that one. The back has more thrust. Front heavier. It seems to just want to do flips. I don't know. Jump on. How do I control where it goes? I don't know how to control where to go. Do I, wait, can I like lean? Oh, wait, can I lean? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 ah. Crash. We did it. I'm the best at Zelda. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh no. I didn't know. Oh, do I grab you? Do I grab you? Grab. Gimme this. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Wait, what do I do? You? Do I hit you? Ah. Oh, I have to grab the specific one? Is that what it is? This one. No, got it. Gimme, 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 gimme. No, that's not it. Shit, shit, shit. I need to grab... No, shit. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. You guys are so smart. Gimme, 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 gimme! Yeah. Where'd it go? Here it is. These enemies are fun. Alright, where's it again? Where's this thing? Where is it? Oh, it's in the back. It's on its back. It's on its back. It's on its back. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Where's the thing? Here it is. Come on, just one more, one more, one more. There he goes. Nice. That was very unexpected. What is this? Can I just like send it off? No. How do I do? Chaos, how are you? Seems even more creative. Yeah. I don't know what this is, though. Like, I can't pick it up. What do I do with it? What do I do with it? Oh, my nose. He did destroy my glider, yeah. Wait, can I... Excuse me? Fuse has already been used on this. Fuse has already been used on this. I'm very confused. Like, what is this thing? What, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it. I can't even go through this floor. Oop, I almost fell. Where do I go? What does this do? I can't make it down there. If I go down there, I'll die. Unless I can grab that. I don't know what to do. Like, I actually think I'm stuck. Yeah, see, this goes up, but I can't quite get up here. Will that spike thing fit on the rails? I don't think I can reach. I don't think I can reach. I honestly think I have to try to make this jump and I'm gonna die. Okay. Yep. Like, I think that my glider brought me over there and I wasn't quite supposed to be there yet. And hopefully it won't put me back there because I don't know how to get down. God damn it. God damn it. And now I have to fight him again. fun fight. It's an easy fight. I just... Like, I don't know... Yeah, I'm really not sure how you're supposed to get down from here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to, but I might have to go back to my prior save. Hello, Corley. If you take too much damage, you die. Banned. Banned. Alright, I don't... No. I don't want to fight. I just... I'll just go right here. Because I don't know how I fucked that up and I don't know how to get off there. That sucks. I hate going back. I hate losing progress. But we didn't lose very much progress. Okay, so we should be here now. Okay. So where is it that we actually are supposed to be going? Over there. Oh, the Temple of Time. Okay. Okay. We can do this time. Okay. Take this. Point it in the direction that we need for it to go. And flip it. Nope. Flip it over. Okay. There we go. Now, we've got 3 wheels. 1. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Do you think we need 3? Do you think we can do it with 2? Do you think we need 3? How is the game? It's good. I know that everybody in the world has already gotten, you know, a decent head start, so, you know, I'm sure half of you who have been watching it all day are tired of watching it all day, but, you know, we're here. We're having fun. We're trying to, at least. I think right there. Maybe? Okay. There we go. So go there. And then... Wait, why are you not standing straight? Can I just hit? There we go. Wait, why are you... Wait! Stop, something's not right! Wait, why? Is it this one that's not perfectly centered? Brosa for like 30 and that's it? I didn't... there's more than just me and Broseph playing. I'm just saying, like, my entire Twitch all day has been this. Like, I couldn't even, like, watch anybody today. I'm wondering if because, like, I just didn't have it straight when I did it? Why are you stuck on nothing? Alright, so if I set it down and it doesn't topple over, we should be good. Okay. No one I actually watch has been playing it. That's wild, because my fucking entire, like, Twitch timeline today was almost exclusively this game. There we go. Little glidey. Wait, why are we just falling instead of gliding like last time? Why? Fuck. Hi, confusion. On dog food and cat food for the critters that do in human food? No, that is not bad because I'm the same way. My dogs get very specific food. They only like very specific food. So it's not at all. Okay. So there's that one there. Okay. Let me grab these. What are these? Oh. Many Egyptians worshipped the goddess Bast, who had a woman's body and a cat's head. Where's our dog fact? Where's our dog fact? Where is dog fact? Why are you doing that? Okay, the fact that you can't turn things on their fucking axis is absolutely obnoxious. Like, absolutely obnoxious that you can't turn stuff on its axis and you only have, like, these options. You're literally not going anywhere. Whatever. At this point, I'm, like, right here, right? Can I jump down? I can't. I actually need this stupid fucking fighter. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous that you can't turn shit on its axis. Oh my god. I'm absolutely losing my mind. Like, I am literally absolutely losing my mind right now. Okay. Hey, how was your stream, my friend? Come on. Why? This is so fucking stupid. Okay, how was your stream? What'd you play? Oh, you played 7 days? I missed 7 days. I want to play more. Or again, I guess I should say. I don't understand what it is you fucking want from me. Jesus. Ghost Star, please. Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for being here. If you guys don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista. Most people, or Pinksel, most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. Be prepared for Zelda being my entire personality for the next who knows how long. But I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just like see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike! Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever How? How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I want to go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's
You're smarter.
looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! my monitor.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You could go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Okay, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. We are a little over 3 hours into Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm having a good time. It's a lot of fun. But there's definitely a learning curve from Breath of the Wild. I went into this being like, this is fine. I played Breath of the Wild. This is fine. And there's a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh. Wait a second. Okay, how's oh, I hit the wrong button. How was 7 Days to Die? Are you excited for Alpha 21? I am. I am really excited for Alpha 21. It's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of nice changes. Just spent 20 minutes installing the wrong plugin, thinking I was installing a different one. Why is this not working? OBS, why? What plugin? What plugin? I need new stuff. I need new OBS stuff. I need new everything. There's nothing even here. I was jebaited. Jebaited. Look at the Minecraft server. Ooh, yeah, I've been working on my Minecraft server too. My community one. Which, I don't know if there's anyone in chat who doesn't know. We have 3 community servers. We have a Minecraft server, we have a Valheim server, and we have a 7 Days to Die server. The 7 Days to Die server is probably going to be shut down after the 3-month period that I have already paid for is over, just because there wasn't a lot of attention on it. A lot of people aren't really, not a lot of interest in it. But the other 2 we're definitely keeping. The other 2 have been a lot of fun. So if you do want access to those servers, the info is in the Discord. We have a Minecraft server? No way. No way. I would never have a Minecraft server. No way. No way, no how. No way, no how. Oh, put the puppies to bed. Put the puppies to bed. Oh, a tear. A tear of the kingdom. I have not stumbled across your build. No, I have not. I want to do some exploration this weekend for sure. I've been kind of in my own little bubble for a little while. Oh, cutscene. She's so pretty. It's okay, Busted. I completely understand. I completely understand. I hope you're doing well, though. Good? Oh. I kind of want to cut my hair like that. Like, I have this sudden urge to cut my hair like her. Okay, bye, love you, have fun. Okay, bye, love you, bye! Binge this weekend, and then that way you can hang out with me next week while I'm on vacation. Ooh, what's that? Okay, gonna go buy it now. Okay, money, please! Bye, Busted. I love you. Bye. I did a big explore the other day because I was looking for some wood types. Ooh, did you find anything cool? I really haven't explored. Like, I have to go find some different biomes and stuff. So he's got, like, light now? Recall. Reverse an object's movement until it goes back to where it was. You can stop the reverse movement at any time. Oh. Recall. The ability to reverse the movement of an object through time. So I have the time stone from Avengers? Is that what's going on right now? Zelda's vanished as well, okay. What you just saw is a mystery even to me. Perhaps it was short of an echo. It was a sort of an echo, one that reflects her sheer will. Now that you've now been given the ability, no doubt will prove important. Okay. Rewind. I don't understand. Hold on. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Because then it goes this way. So I can get on. Oh, no. No. Rewind. Okay. There we go. So now I should be able to get on here. And then... Alright, so stop. Wait, stop. Okay. And then I should... rewind this. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. And I got the Goddess Hylia statue. Nice. At the very end of my explore, I found a village right next to home. Did you really? The goddess smiles upon you. That's it. Okay. Open. Oh, put your magic hands on it. I'm all wet. Happy, but also like, damn. Yeah, that's kind of funny when it works out that way. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, as a test around vitality. And more hearts. Remain in a weakened state. You're not yet strong enough to open it. There's one more shrine on the island. There you can get another blessing. And so it's 4 blessings per heart. Yep, okay. Okay. If you add that to the other blessings received, not from the goddess, you might find your way forward. Okay, so I need 4 hearts to get through this door. Let me see the purra pad. Okay. I'm in. This makes me laugh that this, like, you can't remove this on here. Alright, the purra pad lets you travel to certain places instantly. Okay. See all the blue marks on your map? Yes. You can instantly travel to any of them. Now suggest the one at the bottom of your map. Use the travel function to reach that area quickly. You'll find the last of this island's shrines around there somewhere. Okay. Okay, so we can fast travel? Is that what you're telling me right now? We can fast travel anywhere? Anywhere! We have to go back to the room! The room of awakening! Guys, look, they make mini Doritos and they come in a Pringles tube. Look at how little they are, look. Look at them. They're so little. They're so little. They're just a baby. Am I supposed to be able to get up there now that I have, like, the rewindy power? Amazing. Amazing. They're so cute and tiny. So tiny. How did I not get this shrine before? Okay. So, now, the question is, do I go up? Oh, wait! I'm being silly goose. Oh, is it too high? Oh no! Well, that was an accident. Wait, I want to go over here. How come I can't, like, glide, like... What, like, how come you can't control your glide? Wait, can I go to the surface now? Oh! I was just gonna yeet onto the surface! Oh no. Oh no. Well, this didn't go according to plan. Why can't... Is this too high, really? Yeah, it's too high. Right, is it underneath, like? I'm so confused. You got a medical Mary Jane card? What are you gonna do with it, Marley? Sure did. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? There. Gonna get high. Hello? But this isn't... There's nothing here. There's nothing here. I'm confused. There's nothing up here, though. that? Okay. Right. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for the Korak. See, where the heck? I'm waiting for this moment to join stream. Hi, Biggie! How are you? How was your day? I'm very confused right now. Like, it says it's supposed to be, like, here. I'm so confused. Alright, let me look at my map. Hold on a second here. Alright, so... it's clearly on this level, right? Alright, so it's on the level directly below me. Here. I'm so confused. Made some fat sales. You get to go home and eat pizza and play Zelda and watch Pink play Zelda? Oh my gosh. Have you played any of it yet, Biggie? Okay, so... it's gotta be... is it above? No. It's gotta be below. It has to be below me. You did the first shrine? Nice. Nice! What? It has to be below. I'm sure I'll play it one year. If it's not your thing, it's... it was here the whole time. It was right here the whole time. I walked right past this door. I walked right past this door. I walked right past this door. Okay. How do I do? This? Fuck. Alright, can I rewind while I'm on it? Is the question. I can, okay. So these two should touch. How am I gonna get up there, though? Like that, okay. Okay. Yeah, so it's gonna go up there. Nice. Oh, look at that! Oh, that's too funny. Okay, turn that off. Okay. So. goes that way. This, if I rewind this, it goes the other way, so I can get this chest. That's easy enough. Okay. Oops. But then what do I do with these clock hands, though? That's what I don't get. Is what do with clock hands? What do... Oh, oh, oh! Oh! All right. Did it. Did it. I loved Breath of the Wild. I had the best time. Just not really in the mood for this one. No, no, no. That's like, and that's totally fine. Like, I go through phases. This one, I almost, and I mean almost, didn't want to play it on stream. And this is gonna sound really petty, and it's gonna sound really childish. But it's my feelings, okay? But I felt like Jack! I felt like because I wasn't able to play it last night. Jack! Like, I don't understand. You're literally under your blanket. You're not even a tough guy. So like, I wasn't able to play last night, which, whatever. And then I wasn't able to play all day because of work. So like, I felt like by the time I was actually able to sit down and play, like, people had been watching it all day and they were like bored with it. And like, there's so many people that are in my like social circle, streamer circle, whatever you want to call it, that are playing, and I'm just like, I don't want to be competing for views. Like, I just want to enjoy the game, you know? You take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. What are energy wells? Please, Jack, of the capacity of the energy cell you're carrying. For longer periods. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I have shit things. 100? Holy shit. Holy shit. Fair and valid, but yeah, and I was like, I'm just gonna play. Like, I want to play because I wanted to play, but I just felt like it was just one of those things where I was like, by the time I'm getting around to it and the time I'm finally sitting down, like, people are gonna be tired of it. Or like, they're not gonna want to see, you know, the opening cutscene a dozen times. Where am I supposed to be going now? Oh, back to the Temple of Time. Back to the Temple of Time. And then you have like all these like really big streamers who are like, lol, I've never played a Zelda game before. I'm so quirky. I'm gonna play Tears of the Kingdom. And I'm like, you're so quirky. You're so quirky and different. You're so quirky and different. That's one of my favorite additions, is the splash when you land. It's such a small detail, but it's so cute. Glad you're doing is changing. So glad all you're doing is... Right, exactly. I'm so glad you're just playing what's new and popular. Like, I would say... Like, don't play new games the day they come out, because then people don't want to see them. Or, like, you're competing with, like, 500 million other people. But at the same time, like, fuck, I wanted to play this game for 6 years. Like, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. That dragon just, like, chills there. Yeah, I know, I get it, but it's just like, like they're not playing it because of the love for the game, or their passion for the game. Like they're playing it because it's what's new and what's popular. And like obviously, make that bread. But like, I love the Zelda franchise. Like when I say I love the Zelda franchise, I mean like I'm one of those people who is like super cheesy, and I'm like, these games are stupid important to me. Like you don't understand. So for me, it's like I feel like all I want to do is share like my love for the game, and like how much I love it, and the passion that I am going to put into exploring and doing all of these things. Like, you get what I mean? And then you have people who are like, I've never played a Zelda game before, lol. I'm like, not gatekeeping. It's not gatekeeping. It's just more just like I'm not gonna get discovered playing a game that I love more than anything. If everyone in the world is playing it right now. Oh, I have that heart container tattooed on my foot. I'd show you, but no feet for free. Is his like thing on his chest like gonna go down like as we progress the game? Like as he gets stronger, or is his arm like done for? Is his arm just like straight done for? Done for. All right. We can do it now. We're strong. Holding, 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 holding. What's wrong with Zelda's chest thing? Absolutely not. Why are you looking at Zelda's boobies? Ooh, what's this? Link is amputee representation now, honestly. Could you imagine, though, getting, like, a magic hand instead? With, like, that sick manicure?
Ah, good. I see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You are almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects. Though our time together has been brief, I am so happy that we finally met.
Is that an eye on his head? Is that an eye? Is that a third eye on his head?
You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
Oh, goodbye, friend. Aw. This guy doesn't say, hey, listen. I'm such dumbass. Why? Am I supposed to go back? I've spent so long looking for a slime chunk. Did you find the one? Oh wait, do I go down and then do I go through? Yes. What's that? Oh, again? Is that the tear? Is that the tear of the kingdom? Is this a memory? It's a memory, probably. Yep. Is that Fee? Is that Fee? Gonna fix it. Oh, it's rewinding it. What? I sent it to Zelda. Say it. Say her name. She's in the sword. She's gotta be. So they won't spawn. Lol. I can change it if you need. Like, I don't even have to log in. I can do it right from the webpage if you want. Just do it. That's Nadra, right? It's gotta be. Right? That's Nadra, right? Oh, it's gonna open Hyrule now. Can I go down? There she is!
Link. Link. You must find me.
There she is. Look at how beautiful. To the kingdom of Hyrule. Do I just fucking yeet? Like, do I just go? Wait, okay, so let's look for a second. So here's the castle, floating. Where's Death Mountain? Is that Death Mountain? Where do I drop? Like, where do I go? Like, what's that? Alright, Corley, let me change the server for you. And then I think real quick, I'm just gonna go to the bath. There you go. It's done. It's done. Told you I could just do it from the thing. All right. So what time? I've been 4 hours. So real quick, I'm going to go to the potty. I will leave this. You guys can just look at it all and take it all in. And I will be back in just Okay, I'm back. I've got coffee. I went potty. I've got a slice of pizza in the oven to warm up. We're good. We're good. Thank you guys. Thank you for waiting. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm gonna let my coffee cool down just a smidgen. Alright, so do we just yeet? Like, do I just go? Let's save. Let's save first. Before I literally just yeet off of here. But I'm gonna guess we just go. Nope, nope, wrong button. Dive. There we go. There we go. Wait, I want to go like here. How do I control where I go? It's very, very, very slow falling. Okay. Oh, you didn't wait? I don't blame you, honestly. Ooh, look at all these shrines. So I see 3 shrines right here. Right off the get. Why? Why can't I? Oh, I have to fall in water, don't I? That's why. That's why I was like, don't go too far. Alright, Hyrule Kingdom. I need a horse. Right away, I need a horse. Alright, and I want to go to one of the shrines. Where'd the shrine thingies go? Where'd the, like, the blue? Oh, see, there's the goop. Okay. So we're going in the right direction. Oh god, that scared me. Oh, Terry. So I think right there is where I want to go. You found a Terry in the tall grass. Thank you, Chaos. I appreciate you. I like want to see what this goop is, but I'm afraid. Ooh, what are these? These are new. Dazzle fruit. Oh, so okay, so so there's no elemental arrows anymore. So there's no electric arrows or ice arrows or fire arrows. Everything is just arrows and then you attach shit to it. That makes sense. That makes the sense. So, okay, you discover. Perfect. Geosin Shrine. Alright, can I drink this yet? Oh, it's still a little hot. Let's see. I'm gonna sassafras it, okay? We're gonna sassafras because it's hot, but I want some coffee. Whew! Little baby sippies. Okay. I haven't discovered the map yet. Are there towers like there was in Breath of the Wild? My nose itches. Okay. Shape rotation. Oh look, it's like pop goes perfection. Yeah, it's like perfection. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. So then this thing is what I have to carry for the rest of the level now. Shit, this is what I hate about this one. There we go. Okay. So then that goes there, right? Perfect. Can I jump on this? Can I climb on this? Can I jump across this? Ah! I can, but I suck. Corvus Squire. Lame. Yep. Okay. Now. Do I not bring this one with me? What the actual fuck? Alright. 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 This one I see already. But how do I get it to do that? No. No. No, do this, and then this. Okay. Nope. Perfect. Okay. So then we turn this one? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Angled? 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 Angled more? Is this not the right one? I must have the stupidest look on my face right now. Okay. You've seen stupider? Well, that makes me feel good, I guess. Can't see. Can't see what I'm looking with. There we go. Okay, so if we go this way? No, this. There we go. So like this? Yep. Wait, I can't climb on this? There's no way. Okay. So here. Is this not what I need to do? To here? Oh, oh, come on. That way? What? Why? Why didn't you jump? Okay, okay. Up. Up. Okay. Easy! Hydrate? We're hydrating with coffee. You own a mirror? Wow. Wow. What are you trying to say about yourself? Okay. I would like to get my map pieces. That's what I would like to do. That I see stupider, but no, I knew exactly what you meant. I was like, don't say those things about yourself. Ooh. Discovery. Hyrule Field Chasm. What? I'm curious. We went into a butthole or something. The butthole killed us. How do we go in there? How do we go in the butthole? How do we go in the butthole, chat? How do we go in the butthole? Sir, do you know how to enter the butthole?
Ah.
Calling it gloom. If you get any, you'll lose your strength. Okay. And now look at me. Worst of it will recover on its own, so long as you're on the surface. But you're in the depths, you won't recover. So I thought I was gonna die down there. Some investigation leader I turned out to be. This is just pitiful. Hi, Broseph. Hi, Broseph. I died in the butthole. Have you jumped in the butthole? Did you die in the butthole? I died in the butthole. I died in the butthole.
Oh.
You've not died in the butthole yet? Can you just walk up behind someone who's standing at the edge of a butthole? For one thing, a nasty accident like that would surely halt the research here. Butthole investigation is super important right now for the Zonai survey team. Even one researcher had to stop. Josha, who's hard at work on plans over at Lookout Landing, would cry, not okay. Butthole investigation? You know, the giant holes that showed up after the upheaval. There are lots of them, just like this one all over the world. There's lots of buttholes, guys. You can't see the bottom. They're so deep, so filled with mystery. We must continue our research for the sake of our dear Josha. Who's Josha? Josha!
Oh.
See the tower over there? I do, yeah. That's where we find our base operations and, incidentally, Josha. How are you liking it? Giant butthole investigation? I'm liking it. I had a little bit of a sad girl moment earlier. Because I felt like, just because of life situations and like having to work and not being able to play last night, that I'm at like a big disadvantage, with like just being behind in stream, you know, like in game and stream, and you know, by the time I got online, everyone had already been watching it all day long, and they're gonna be like, you know, what do we do? Like, I don't want to watch the same thing again. You're further than me? I just got to the surface of Hyrule. Weren't you, isn't that what you were doing today? Yeah, I just landed on the surface of Hyrule. I haven't found the butthole. It was right next to the shrine. It was literally right next to the shrine. Like, you could see the shrine as we went down. So I walked over to the shrine, and then I was like, oh, a butthole. Oh, can I build? I'm going to build. You can't stop me. I'm going to build. Oh my gosh. Now, how do I get those horses to do my... No, where are you going? You're not finished yet? Okay, so now how do I get to my horses to do? Alright, hold on. We're gonna make this legit. First of all, stop rolling, okay? No, 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 no! No! Stop rolling! Stop. Oh my god, I hate this so much sometimes. Okay. No, stop. No. Stop rolling. Stop rolling before I kill everything. Why won't it stick where I want it to go? I can't get it to stick there. What the fuck with this stupid fly? No, I want it to go... No, I don't want it to go there. I want it... No, this is not gonna do what I want it to do. This is not gonna do what I want it to do. Alright, what's this? Can't use that. Oh, see, I should have used this one instead. That would have been pretty cool. Alright, hold on, let's do this. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. You go on the corner. That. Actually, let's bring all of it closer. Let's bring it all closer to work with it. Broseph, how are you enjoying it? I was so bummed because I woke up to get ready for work and you had just ended. Like just ended. Like you must have ended like maybe 10-15 minutes before I went on because I was like, no. And I also didn't get a lot of sleep last night, which, again, is, you know, the new norm with me, I know. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, it's whatever. It's got all the charm. That's what I'm saying. And I'm trying. Like, I am trying so hard not to be like, oh, well, in the first one you could do this, or in the first one you could do this. You know, I'm trying to really, really, really kind of, like, take it in as its own thing. But there's so many similarities, and there's so many things that I'm like, it's so similar to the first in so many ways that it's like, it's so hard to not compare it, you know? Alright, attach there. Wait. How do I attach? Okay. So how do you attach in more than one place? Can you not attach in more than one place? Like, can I not just, like... Interesting. Interesting. Only one place to attachy? Yeah, I get it. Backies, welcome backies. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Yeah. Just make like a nice little carriage and stuff. If you guys see me, like, just absolutely lose my shit, it's because there's this stupid fucking fly that must have come in, like, while I let the dogs out, and it's been flying in front of my face for, like, the last, like, 20 minutes, and I actually want to fucking die. So if you see me just, like, lose my shit, that's probably why. Oh my god, I can't because this stupid thing right here. What the fuck? I didn't even do that! Oh my god. Fuck, see, it's just, it keeps flying in front of my fucking face. And normally I wouldn't care, but like, fuck off. Just assume you're crazy. Well, we all know that I am, but it's actually, like, incredibly obnoxious, if I'm being really honest. Maybe one day Maybe one day I will learn my right from my left. And I won't... You're kidding me. And I won't hit the wrong button a dozen times before hitting the right button. Oh my god, it's rolling already! I haven't even finished yet! Look at it go! Like, I literally haven't even finished yet! Fucking stop, bro. Stop, step carriage. Okay, so let's do this. I can't see any. I can't fucking see. I can't see anything. This is so fucking stupid right now. I can't see shit. Can you move my camera? Oh my god. Really? Really? One's not enough. Okay. Oh my god. I can't fucking see. I can't see. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. Hi, Tram. Welcome in. How are you? Alright. Like, come on. Jesus. Need a better step carriage? There we go. Can I steer by, like, turning this way? No, I can't. I'm gonna crash. I'm doing great. I'm doing so great. Alright, this wheel right here. The front wheel does not turn. The front wheels are... The front wheel's, like, not. Oh my god. Let go. Okay. No, see, look, it's, like, securing the top. Bumper car. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to worky. Go. Go so fast. Go so fast. We go so fast. We're gonna crash. Hi, I'm here. All that just to go this distance that I could have just walked over.
Aww.
Last anyone saw either of you or Princess Zelda was when you went to go investigate the gloom. I feel like at this point you could have just walked. No. And no. I was making a point. Gotta arrive and stop. Thank you, Trem. Trem gets it. Trem understands. Trem understands. Broseph, are you sailing? I just saw the messages. I feel so left out. I feel so left out. Okay. I wish to sail. I also wish to sail. I, like, want to play everything right now, which is the worst part. Pearl has nearly worn herself out trying to figure out where you two went. I do feel like if I go too hard with Zelda this week, because I'm streaming all weekend and I'm streaming all week, and I feel like if I were to go like 12 hours a day, like I would burn out. So I'm debating just kind of like mixing it out throughout the week, like after stream. Per is working in that large building over there. Please report to her right away. She'll want to know you're all right. Okay. Oh, look out landing. It's so cute. I wish you could unfuse the stuff. Like, I wish you could take weapons apart afterwards. Broseph, I will probably stream till about midnight tonight. And then obviously over the weekend will be a different story. But I'll probably only stream till about midnight if you would like to sail after. But no brace. Especially if you, or Aaron, or Astro, or whoever, wanted to play. Oh, Robbie. Robbie. Don't answer that. Tell me later. For now, you should go talk to Pura. She's in a tizzy ever since you and the princess disappeared. She's in a building with a telescope on the second floor. Okay. Second floor. We got it. I'll go eventually. What's this? Ooh. Was this a store that I can't shop in yet? A lure? Oh, I can't go to castle. Castle is icky. Thank you for the follow. Alright. What's this thing? Salmon. Get the Purpad instruction manuals. No. No thanks. Castle Gwodi. I know, you can't go in there. Is this where I'm supposed to go? Oh, with the telescope. Here we go. Wait, is that... Is this how I discover this map? Let's go in here. Open. What do? Oh, I bet you I need to go talk to Pura first. I bet you I need to talk to Pura first. Alright, so she's on the second floor. What'd this do? Alright, I will go talk to her. Jeez. Jeez.
What?
What? Joshua!
Oh.
Dr. Pura! The swordsman has returned! She's like screaming. Hello, Pura?
Now where have you been? Linky, you're not a ghost, are you? Hey. That looks interesting.
How much fucking time has passed?
Phew.
Has it actually been 6 years?
One step at a time.
Look at her tatas. Damn.
What exactly happened?
Gotta be like 10 years. She's very young looking. Yeah. She was little girl.
So when you and Princess Zelda go beneath Hyrule Castle, you discover a mysterious mummy which suddenly reanimates. Then Zelda falls into a fissure and vanishes.
Zelda falls into a butthole and vanishes.
That must have been when the castle rose and the ruins fell. Then, later, you wake up on a sky island, saved by the arm that was stuck to the mummy.
We've all gotten lost in a
Get the
butthole or two. It
Pura
happens.
Pad from an unusual creature. And learn that your new arm belonged to someone named Rauru.
Rauru. Rauru.
The Master Sword disappears. You hear the princess's voice and find your way here.
Then,
What?
you're saying you came from up there? That's exactly what I just said. This Rairu you met. I think that's what the first king of Hyrule was named. Ooh. Interesting. So... what's our timeline here? Pre-Skyward Sword. To here? Interesting. That mummy you found must be related to the upheaval. Castle rising, the ruins falling. Mummy must be connected to it.
Ah.
And then there's the most important detail of all. You're sure that you heard the princess. I'm 100% sure. She complains to me literally all the time. If that was truly the princess, that means she's alive. She's trapped beneath the castle. No, you must return. I need you to meet with the secret party by Hyrule Castle. You've been searching tirelessly. Okay. There's Hawes. Work with him to find the princess. Okay.
Yes.
Counting on you, Linky. Raru's new husbando. Oh. Oh, we have little profiles now? Interesting. She's a Hylian. Okay, well, we knew that. Wait, how do I do? How do I scroll? Okay, look. Character. Here we go. Zolder. She's Hylian. Oh, she's a Sheikah. Yes, you look at her before. She has the same outfit, but like adult. Like she's the same little dress with the buckles and the blue under the peeking out of the white of the bottom. That's kind of cute. Zonai. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Find Princess Zelda. Zelda. Look at standing well. What's that? Can I go in here yet? What's up? What's up, Doc? Ooh. We can't like can't sleep in strangers' beds. Oh my god, is she thinking about me the whole time? I don't want to read. I don't want to read. I don't want to read. I just want to play. I will read later. I will read later. Where is this standing? Will you talk to me now? Pretty weird. Gotta wait till later. Anyway, here, get yourself the fur pet. Got big plans for that device. Up to... Okay, Josha. Oh, you have to investigate the butthole. Okay. I'll head back to the lab and head 10 out. Okay. Should try that. Okay. Hello, who are you? Anson. Creative genius. Interesting. You're doing great, sweetie. Okay, so... She didn't upgrade my Purapad. My Sheikah Slate Purapad. So I can't, like, go in here. See, like, this still doesn't let me do anything. Listen, game. I don't like when you're, like, forcing me to do what you want me to do. Surface. Sky. Oh, okay. I see now. Where the hell is that? The castle? Okay, we're going to the castle. It's fine. Wait, how did I get here before? Remember I walked out and I was like, whoopsies. Oh, here it is. Castle time! What do you think, guys? Just straight to Ganon? Nice catch, Poorly. Nice catch. Straight to Daddy? Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Yeah, that's what I thought! He didn't want to know. He didn't want none of this smoke. He gave an attitude. He thought. He thought. Dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to the calamity. Aww, Zelda. Oh, look, it's like a little buildy area in case I want to build some stuff. Central Squizzer. Oh, is that a star fragment? Am I gonna get there? Can I get there in time? No, fuck off. I need this star. Fuck off! Fuck! What time is it? 2:40? I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. No, Hylian Shroom, I know what you are. We're going. We're running. We're not gonna make it. Man, having no stamina kinda sucks. How far is it? Am I gonna make it? Ooh. I might not make it. I don't think I'm gonna make it. It's 3:20 already. I think it's on the other side of that tree. Like, I don't think it's super far. Oh, I can whistle run. Did they fix it in here? Hold on, let me see. Come on. Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it. Yeah, they fixed it. That sucks. Because I know how to do it. Yeah, see? It just flies through my stamina is all. I'm right here. I'm not gonna make it. I'm right here. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. Do not disappear. It's right here. Oh, so sad. Yes, let's go. We made it. Okay, now back to where we're actually supposed to be. Why? Why do you not want to give me... obviously the logical way to get apples down from trees is just to cut the entire tree down. Obviously, you know. Ooh, a golden apple? What? What more? I feel like I'll never use that golden apple now. Like, it's just too special. Oh, wow. Is there any more? Were they gold in the tree? Ooh, that's a bee's eye over there. Can I get it without being stung? They fucked all the way up. Ooh, my foot's asleep. My foot's asleep. Ow! Okay. I have to remember to stop sitting like a goblin. What's this? Pinecone? What is that? That's new. That little flyer dude over there. So, some of the weapons that you pick up. Oh, posture check. Okay. Okay. So some of the weapons that you pick up apparently are already fused. Like the axe apparently is already a fused weapon. So that's why you can't attach anything to the axe after the fact. Well, let's get this Korok first. Can I make that climb? I think I can make this one. Is that a Zora? Oh no, it's a Gerudo. What is this star on my screen? Do you see it on your do you see it there? Oh, it's gone. No, it's not. It's right there. Can you see that in the clouds? You guys probably can't see that. There's a star right there. Right in the middle of my screen. And it's, if I move, like, it's not a glitch because if I move, it's right there. It's gotta be, like, it's gotta be, like, an island loading its texture and it's, like, messed up or something. What is that? Oh! Are you kidding? That's so cool! They took a stone talus and they put like stuff on it so they can ride the talus. That's so smart. I have to turn the motion controls off. Whoops. No, I literally just tried to change that. Okay. That's so funny. I want to go to him. Alright, I don't think I can finish this one because I don't think that I can. Yeah, see? He doesn't jump like that. I don't know if I have enough stamina to do this. We'll see. But I'll be around. No problem, Broseph. Yeah, that's how I feel like it's gonna be for our streams for the next couple weeks. Just not being able to hang out. And the last one's gonna be up there, isn't it? Can I climb that? Do I have enough stamina to do that? I'm still here. know, but I just meant, like, Broseph and I spend a lot of time in each other's streams. But we're not gonna be able to watch each other for a while. Did that. Yeah, ha, ha. Okay. Where'd that Gerudo girl go? She's over by the tree, right? Possibly spoilers, but think of nothing important. Game is wild. Yeah. I feel like because of the build mechanic and just how different everybody played Breath of the Wild, I can only imagine the shit that I'm gonna see on like Reddit and shit, and I'm gonna be like, how did you even think of that? You're back, welcome back. Gonna have so much damn to offer, but alas, I'm too small brain to take advantage of it. No, you think so, but like things will start clicking. Like you'll go into a puzzle and it might struggle for a bit, and you know, I might be like, what the hell do you need from me? What do you want from me? But eventually you'll get it. Alright, so this, now the question is it gonna be like it was before? Okay, the apple did not drop where it was supposed to. I love that. Why won't you go in the basket? Oh my god, it won't go. Is this not a thing like it was in the last game? There it is. Hello? Hello? What are you marking? What are those? What are you marking for me? What are those? Look, there's one right there. I'm gonna talk to this lady and then we're gonna go to one.
Ça va?
Probably not. That's too bad.
Oh.
Let me tell you, rumor heard. Okay. Oh. Ha. I would have figured that out if I had literally waited another 4 more seconds. You want meat stick? Alright, hold on. Hello? I don't have meat yet. Let me find something that I can kill. Let me unlock this. So I have the fast travel place. Okay. Let's go find something to kill. Can I get this bird? I need an animal to kill to get meat. What's that? Oh, it's a Korok! It's a backpack Korok. How many points to get a boss final hit with a meat stick? What do you mean points? Where's your friend? Show me. Oh. Can't wait to catch up. Okay. I'm so tired, though. I can't move. Alright. No fucking way, my dudes. No fucking way, my dudes. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so I thought it would go the other way. First of all. Okay, let's pick this up. I need to reach my friend. Yes, yes, we will go. We will reach your friend. Okay. Alright, so what if we don't... So if I go that way... See, I could just take him all the way around and over. Or I could stick a fucking rocket on here and I could send him flying. Alright, is there... There's not a... van anywhere. So let's stick you to you. Pick you up. Do you think this will float, chat? No, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. Wait, where did you go? You stick here. And then you stick here. And then go here. Just for a minute. And then what else do we have? We have wheels. I guess I can use one of my fans. I don't really want to. I don't want to keep using them all. Oh wait, here's one. Alright, chat. What's our votes? Do we think this is gonna work? No? You don't think it's gonna work? Ye of little faith, poorly. Good time. It's working, but it's not going the way we want it to go. Hold on. I found out when I was over there, things are looking better for my friends. Oh, that's good. That's good, Chris. That's really good. Okay, done? No, get up. No, Link, you're gonna drown being a dumbhead. Oh my god, Link. We're sending him away! Alright. We're trying this instead. This is not gonna work, but we're doing it. Ready? Fly! That didn't work at all. Okay. Okay. Let's think about this for a second. Okay, let's grab one. Maybe do we need one more of these? Is it just not floaty enough? Am I not floaty enough for the floaty club? Why? Why are you counting? Why are you counting? I feel bullied. I feel bullied. Hello. Okay, I bet you this will work now. I bet this will. No. There we go. Are you? Is this close enough, or do I have to actually get in the water? Okay, I have to actually get in the water. Dude, hit. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. Hey, here's your friend. Hey, stop. You're here. Okay, let me set you free. There you go. There you go. How many points to build penis wrath? How would I do that, though? Oh, hold on. Actually, that might be possible. Hold on. Hold on. That might be possible. Hold on. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, look. There's a thingy here. Oh, don't notice me. They didn't notice me. Oh, Blurpy! Did I shoot you? Oh, because I missed. Oh, you are taking me to your secrets? You summoner. Okay. Ooh, a luminous sky! Ooh. We want this bug. Bug. Oh my gosh. Okay. Am I supposed to be able to break those, I wonder? Let's see. Hello. Discovery. Am I supposed to break these? I don't think I can. Interesting. A log with balls? No, I have an idea. I just need to find. I have an idea how to make what you are requesting. I have an idea. What's that? Are you bad? Are you bad boy? Oh, you are, though. I know you are. A talus in here? Oh, okay. How do I get behind him? Oh, shit. That was one single hit. Man, this game is tough with no stamina. And I have no stamina. Here, wreck. Did you see that? That was one hit. Holy. How did that miss? Don't touch me! What do those bubbles do? Do they hurt me? Bubbles! Bubbles, do you hurt me so? I want to kill this dude. So then I can kill the Talus in peace. Okay, he's dead. And he turned into a Blippi. Okay. Okay. So there's the Talus. There. Oh, wait. Oh, it breaks off and then you can do it again. That is interesting. That's very interesting. Interesting. Oh my goodness, brilliant.
It's Brift just resubscribed for
It's
33
Bright.
months. Princess Zerdo and Lonk.
Princess Zordlo and Lonk. Britt, thank you for 33 months. Holy shit. When did that fucking happen? Obviously 33 months ago, but like, holy shit. Britt, how are you? How is Diablo treating you?
It's Brittany, bitch.
33 months ago? Bum. It's fun. You ready for the release? Nice. Am I getting a blood moon right now? I'm getting a blood moon right now. You're kidding. That's gonna respawn everything. I've barely done anything. How's Crying Kingdom? Very good. It's very good. Alright, hurry up. This is wild. Oh, I want to see this one. This one's different.
Witness the blood moon's rise. When its red glow shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh.
Shit. Some of those things are insane.
Just as they did in a war long past. The world is threatened once
Some of these
again.
things are insane. Wow. So I am going to guess that a lot of enemies are gonna have like horn variants now, because of the crafting system. You fucker did not just do that. Meaning me, I'm the fucker. Meaning, maybe one day I will learn the fucking right controls. This is taking 500 years. There has to be an easier way. He one-hits me! A regular-ass Talus is one-hitting me. Okay, okay, so we have to approach this differently. Okay, let's think. So what if we don't climb... What if we don't climb it like usual? What if... What if... What if I just fucked all the way off and didn't do this? Oh my gosh, look at my super stick! Super stick! Okay. I don't know what to do with this Talus. Alright, I could... Oh, let's go to the side though. Wait, come on. Get up. Oh, you son of a bitch. I didn't even get to move out of the fucking way. Alright, we're not gonna go in this cave anymore, obviously. Because he's one-hitting me with 4 hearts. And I was doing next to no damage to him. Seems strong. Yeah, he's a little strong. That's not what to do. This is what to do. He's just a little strong. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll come back. I'm just like, is that what these are? Is that what these little caves that he marked for me are? Like little boss caves or something? Nerf Talus next patch. Lol. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's over here. Alright, so... This... is clearly not meant for me. Like, I clearly am not supposed to be here yet. So... I have to go back to where I actually am supposed to be. Wait, did I get that one over there? I did. Let's go right here. Ah! You have to actually just, like, go inside for it to be a fast travel? Makes sense, but what a bummer. Makes sense, but what a bummer. There's no way. Oh, because I died? Is that why? Is that why I'm getting a blood moon again? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Look at the little talus with the thing on the back. It's so cute. Alright, we don't need to watch this time. I just wanted to watch it the first time because it was cute. To see how different it was from Breath of the Wild. I have no stamina. Did it remark? Oh, it did. Okay. So it remarks those caves. But what... Like, what are in the caves other than the talus that was in that one? Oh, I don't know. Okay, let's get this one. Need more stamina? Yeah, stamina. Alright, can I fast travel here now? That's not what I meant to do. That's still not what I meant to do. Travel. Yeah, okay. So you can travel to it. You just have to, like, actually put your hand on the thing to discover it. You can't just, like, discover it on the map. Okay, let's see. Combat training. Throwing. Okay. Okay, heed my instruction. Okay. Aim true and throw the material. Okay. Other attacks are ineffective here. Ready yourself. Hold. Select material. Hold to get ready, and then hold to select material. What? Hold. Oh my god! Wait a second. For real? My mind is fucking blown right now, dudes. My mind is straight blown right now. Okay. Okay, so get ready to throw, and then material, and then throw. Throw. What? 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 You can just throw stuff. Why blown? Because that's new. That's new. They didn't... That's new. That's a new concept. Hi, Blaze! Lucky of Tears of the Kingdom? Well, I budgeted my money and was able to buy it. How do I get up now? Is there a ladder on the other side? There must be, right? I don't just lose these materials? Ah, okay. Okie doke. Alright, give me this. A Zonite sword. That's kind of cool. Blaze, how was your day? Let's get this little thingy here. Treasure. Bomb flowers. Nice. Love it. Ooh, so that means that I can throw bomb flowers instead of bombs now. I get it. 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 I understand. Day was great? Good! I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear you had a nice day. Okay. Okay. That one is done. How do we get our frickin' maps? How do we get our towers? How now, brown cow? Your crush called you cute? Ooh. Ooh. Hi, Mark! Thank you for the raid. What did you play? I should have known it was Project Zamboid. How was it? Hi, Soup. Welcome in. How are you? Listen. I'm sorry, but you can't say the word raid in my chat. I'm sorry. That's kind of fucked up with me. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm kidding. Or am I? I see people logging in. Zomboid, had you pooped? It seems like it. I feel like it seems like with any survival craft game that it could definitely wear you down a bit. I definitely see it could wear you down a bit. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, so I do play a little bit of everything, ranging from lots of different things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything in between. Be prepared for Zelda to be probably my primary personality for the next couple weeks. I've been waiting a very, very long time for this, so I'm very excited. But I do have a really quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that you might want to hang out and get to know us and spend some time, just kind of see what we're about, what to expect. I hope you guys enjoy, and I will see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus.
I am Cat, I can help you!
Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be
Forever. How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
Yes. I want to die right now. I want to go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia.
Oh. I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You could go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you for the raid, Muck. I appreciate you, my friend. I hope you had a good day. How did Project Zombie treat you today? I am... Oh my god. 5.5 hours into Zelda? I didn't even realize. Holy shit. Love the video. Thanks, Soup. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is a combat training run. Okay. Try and pierce. Okay, those are ensure to heed my instruction. Got it. Got it. Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. So create an opening that you can use to strike back. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. It's what I'm absolutely terrible at. Which is strafing and dodging and all that shit. Ooh, Flurry Rush. Lots of quotable moments. Thank you. I am going to be making a newer version of that, updating it a little bit, probably really soon. Yeah, I know how to do it. There's no way I'm getting flurry rushes right now. I'm so bad at the carrying their shield at the right time. Nope, you are expecting entirely too much. Oh, did I not have a shield? Oh, I guess I don't have a shield. Ah, stop! Oh, I guess I did it right. And then release it to unleash a charge attack. Okay. I know how to do it! This is a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild, yes. There is a bit of a time jump. I have not confirmed how long the jump actually is, but there is a time jump. There is definitely a difference in time, but it is a sequel to Breath of the Wild. It's essentially the same Hyrule with some updates. But yeah, it plays the same, it feels the same. Blaze! Thank you so much, Blaze. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Is it spoilers if it's what happens in the beginning of the game? I can tell you where the princess... Well, I can tell you where, as far as I know, the princess is, because it's just what happens at the very beginning of the game. If you aren't planning on playing it, or if you don't care about spoilers. But she's around, but she's not around. She's around, but she's not around. If it's the start. So, in the very beginning of the game, you and Princess Zelda so Link and Princess Zelda, are like underneath Hyrule Castle, like in like the catacombs, like under Hyrule Castle. And there's like this red and purple and black like goop that's kind of like taking over. In the first game it was called the Calamity. In this game it's called the Gloom. So you're looking for like the cause of the gloom. And so underneath Hyrule Castle you find like this mummy that's like suspended by like this like floating blue hand. And the mummy reanimates, and he hits you with like gloom. He hits Link with gloom, so Link blocks it with the Master Sword, which is why his arm is all messed up. So like the gloom like eats his arm, so that's why he has this mechanical arm now. Is because his arm essentially had to be replaced. And when the mummy like ripped Hyrule Castle, as you can you see it? Yeah, see Hyrule Castle's like floating. When he pulled Hyrule Castle up out of the ground, Zelda fell into like a chasm. So she's like alive, like she's talking to you, but like she's like MIA. She's like missing. Like she fell in like some giant like chasm like underneath the under the castle. They do like making Hyrule Castle float, yeah. Is he the Full Metal Alchemist? I don't know. It's pretty cool though. He's got like I don't know how to explain it. Like this sweet tattoo and stuff. Excuse me. Oh, I already did the shrine. I literally already did the shrine, but thank you. Beneath Hyrule Castle is the south. Yep, okay. So she's in like the chasm. Looks like a tribal tattoo. It is a like tribal tattoo, like in the sense that it's a Zonai tattoo, the tribe of like the Zonai people. So like in a way. All right. So. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. I 100% expect someone to show up at a Comic-Con with that tattoo. Nintendo in their hands, I know, right? Blaze, thank you so much for the sub. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you, I hope you enjoy your emotes and you spread them all over Twitch. We are getting our, thank you for the follow. We are getting, not new emotes, but our emotes are being, like, updated and refreshed and made all snazzy. So, how am I supposed to get over here if I can't get in this door? Okay, let's go talk to this guy. I'm so confused. With magic? Climate? I did think of that for a second. I'll try it in a minute. I'm not sure I have enough stamina, but I'll try in a second. Because I don't have the paraglider yet either. You look evil. So shame, I'm gonna watch. Does he? Okay, you should report to him. He's get chased up with health past the gates. I'm sure the captain just surprised. Okay. Alright, so I talked to him. That deer literally just despawned in front of my face. Alright, I'm gonna try to climb it on that side over there. If I need to climb. Alright, let's see if we can open this door now. No. No. Totally not waiting for a cutscene compilation to be posted to YouTube. Are you not planning on playing it, Soup? No judgment either way, just curious. Like, I know that Zelda's not everyone's cup of tea. But some people are like, yeah, I enjoy it, but not enough to play it. Which is fair. But I did play Breath of the Wild, I see. Oh, I see. Huh? Who's there? Me. Why does everyone look so weird, this one? Come on, right here. It's me. It's me! Yeah, hi, it's me! First gatehouse, okay. The very end of this road, okay. What's this? Is this just a regular house? Yeah, it's just a highway, true. Is that a person? No, it's just a tree. This gate won't hold me, I'll just climb around it. I know, I like how I walked up to the door and I'm like, oh, well, game over, I can't get in. that mentality, I know. Game over. Can't get in. Oh well. Is this where I need to go? There's a man waiting here. Hello, man! I can't allow anyone to pass here. This area is restricted only to those involved. It's me! Up at the end of this road. Let me through. Oh, can I climb? Can I climb around him? Let me see. He won't let me in. He won't let me in. How can I get in this door they don't want me in has led me into a lot of interesting moments. Yeah. A lot of places, or my favorite, like, I'm a big Fallout fan. Like, I love the Fallout games. And my favorite is when there's a door that's locked and, like, you can literally see through it. Like, there is nothing left holding a person out of that door. And they're like, no, you can't go in here. You can't go in here. It's like, what do you mean? I can literally walk through this door. They're like, no, it's locked. There's a lot of arrows in this game. Oh, man. Probably because there's no, like, there's no elemental arrows. Like, everything is just arrows that you stick stuff to. So they probably are very generous with arrows in this game. Oh, no. Oh, no. Are there Lionel in this game? Oh, no. He's too busy, I guess? Oh, sir. You, Wingo. Oh, Wingo. You are my new bestie. You're my new bestie. Cats have 32 muzzles that control the outer ear. A cat can wow, that's kind of crazy, actually. My dog facts aren't working. I don't know. Oh, here it is. Most dogs ever owned by 5,000 mastiffs, both by Kublai Khan. That's crazy. The dog fact didn't work earlier. That's strange. The upheaval. Okay, stop staring into it. Interesting. So is that the... Oh yeah, that's the big... That's where Zelda is. She's down there somewhere. Don't worry, sweetie. We'll be there eventually. Eventually. What that area? Probably very not good. I have 2 dogs, and sometimes I'm like, you guys fucking stink. Like, I could only imagine. And I had 2 little tiny dogs. And I'm like, you guys stink. Like, I could only imagine 5,000 dogs. And I wonder if he had... Like, he probably didn't have 5,000, like, simultaneously. Do you think he had 5,000 simultaneously? Or do you think, like, over the course of, like, 10, 15 years, he had, like, 5,000? But they, like, died and stuff. This is it? There's nothing here. End of the road. I mean, I guess I could go over there, but... So there's just gonna be, like, these little build thingies everywhere, huh? Like, they're just gonna be all over the place. Sounds like a middle school math problem with the 5,000 dogs. Oh my gosh. Johnny has 5,000 dogs. And on May 1st, 25 of them die. But on May 31st, he replaces them with 35 other dogs. How many dogs does he have on July 29th? And you're like, what does any of that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with the math question? Wait, no, I wanted to look up there. Oh, it's nothing. It's just a death statue. I didn't even have to go look. Okay. Hello? Oh, look. Torch. Thank you for absolutely nothing. Much appreciated. Ooh. These are all rusty weapons. Are you the captain? There's no way. What about the weapons? It's in your face. Swords, spears, claymores suddenly decayed. Oh, so did mine. Is to strengthen them. How do I get up there? Falling asleep. I'm gonna have no problem, Poorly. Have a good night. I didn't really anticipate it being a very busy stream tonight. Since everyone and their mothers playing this game. Welp! Welp what? Alright, how do I get up to where he needs to be? Second floor. He didn't I say thing? The cutscene for this game is 3 hours long. Wow, that's kind of wild, actually. I just can only imagine how- oh, what am I doing? I can only imagine how long the actual game's gonna take me. Wait, let me up. Didn't you just have me a second ago? There's a full game as soon as it's sped up playthrough. That's crazy. Alright, so he's gotta be up here. Are you the person that I need? No, you're Satu. Captain Haas is on edge. I don't want to bother him. Wait, what in the world was that? Oh, my new ability? It's pretty cool. Okay, can I do it on this? Let's see. Nope, I don't want to fall. Yeah, I can't do it. I'll do it. Here, I'll do it back under. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, this has got to be him. There we go. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something. Huh? Oh my gosh. Link, is that you? You're alive. All in one piece, it looks like. Does that mean Princess Zelda is safe too? No, that's not what that means. What a relief. Hi, Steph. Huh? Hang on, you're alone, but you heard the princess calling out to you, and you're here to help with the search? Maybe I don't. I'm a little confused, but that doesn't matter right now. What matters is continuing our search for Princess Zelda. I'm relieved to see you come up here and help us, though. We needed some good news. The sheer amount of gloom has gotten overwhelming. Our work carries on, but we've been a bit dead in the water. Captain, it's Princess Zelda. What? No, it's not. There's no way. What? There's no way! What? 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 Why? very confused as to what just happened here. Why? She's not dead, she's magic? I mean, I agree that she's magic, but why? She just turned into a fairy. She's like, Navi? Hey, listen! Alright, alright, alright. Alright. Not again. Hey, listen! Look out! Hello? I have a Navi tattoo. What? I didn't even... I didn't even jump, I just like slid. Like I just like slid off the thing. Oh, I've died a lot of times, Steph. This one is way... I don't want to say harder, but this one is definitely a little bit more challenging than Breath of the Wild. Okay. So let's not, like, slide off to our death this time. I'm just trying to look. I don't want to go down, I'm just trying to look. Dark Souls style Legend of Zelda. I don't even, not even necessarily that. Just like, I got cocky for a few things. Because I was like, I have 1,500 hours in Breath of the Wild. This is fine. And then I've gotten like my ass like handed to me a couple times, and I'm just like, oh, I see. Grab, 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 grab! No, why are you not grabbing the wall? Have we seen Segzi Ganon yet? It depends on what you consider Segzi. We saw, like, his, like, dehydrated corpse. I need the paraglider. Like, seriously, I need the paraglider. My favorite quote from Dark Souls. It's supposed to be an RPG. What role am I playing? The frickin' victim? Yes. That is correct. Let's... Chris girl, ew. Okay, whatever. I just need the paraglider, honestly. I feel like everything about this game will be easier with the paraglider. Oh, I know, my captions are struggling. It's one of the only reasons that I've kind of just said screw it and just left them. Is because sometimes the stuff that they think... Oh my god! I can't believe that. I can't believe he just let go. I'm never getting out of this fucking castle. Alright, we're fast traveling away. I'm done. I hit the wrong button. We're done. Because this is fucking stupid at this point, honestly. Ugh. Wait, is there not a thing here? There's not a fast travel at Lookout Point? I could have sworn there was. Link does like to fall, and that is a common thing. That is not just a this game thing. That is a Breath of the Wild. That is in every single Zelda game thing. He just falls sometimes. You just haven't activated it? Ugh. There better not be. There better not be. Yes, the blood moon does rise once again. And I've already gotten one. I've already gotten a blood moon. there a... There's no shrine in here. There's no shrine in here. What's that? Wait, this is the well, it says? Lookout landing. Ray. Pose. Pose? That's it? As well as pose? Pose like the ghosts? Lol. Without all the murder bots, right? Thought you're peeing? Wait, why no well? Why? Why? Why no well? Why? Don't touch that? Why? If you fell in, it'd be a whole thing. Let me in. Let me fall. Let me in. Let me in! Don't repeat it. Don't repeat it. I am interested in the well. The well's in construction. Please there. No, I want to go in! Hang tight a little bit longer. Okay. If I do it again, will he let me in? Are you that interested in the well? Yeah. Fine. You have 5 minutes to finish the well. Oh wait, have I clothes? Hello? Do you have clothes? Oh my god, look, it's back! I have 0 monies! I have zero monies. Zero monies. Literally 0. Hold on a second. Who am I supposed to be talking to? Guys, I'm sorry about the coughing and the clearing of my throat and stuff. My my allergies are killing me. I'm definitely buying this next week when we get paid. Steph, listen. What I would suggest, if you have the extra money, what I would suggest is buying the Nintendo voucher. So listen, so the voucher is $100, which is a lot of money. But Zelda is $70. The voucher gives you 2 Switch games. So it's $100 for 2 Switch games. Zelda is $70. So then you can get like Mario Party or like Mario Kart or Splatoon or like whatever else it is that you want. Or hold on to it and get something else later. So, suggest doing that. If you can afford it. If you can't afford it, then that's up to you. That's a good idea. Yeah, I got the voucher, and then I pre-ordered this, and then I just have my second voucher just, like, waiting. So, like, if the Pokemon DLC comes out, or something comes out that I want, I've got my second voucher, like, ready to go. Yes, upgrade my Purapad. Let me check towers. To add map data from around lookup point. Yes, Skyview Tower. Yes, let me go to towers. Let me go to towers. What's the status of the Skyview Tower right now? Let me see. Hi, Banana. How are you? Welcome in. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing well. Sends me that AAA games are going up each year. Yeah. Do a flip? Okay, hold on. Travel point needs tweaking. Sounds like I better get cracking. Just hang tight. In the meantime, why don't you rest up? You must be pretty tired. The emergency shelter is just a spot for you. Has free beds and a kitchen. Okay. Talk to the soldier who's watching over everything from the center. Okay. The emergency shelter is over there somewhere? Sure. I've been a bit doing fabulous. Good, I'm glad to hear it. I'm good. I've been waiting very, very long time for this game, so I'm very happy to just chill, play, you know, play some Zelda, hang out with my friends. I am on vacation next week, so good to go. You hadn't activated it? Yeah, that's what I said I needed it. I said I needed something. Classic Zelda. If you went here before you're supposed to be here, nothing works. Okay, so Lookout Landing, Skyview Tower. She's fixing it, okay. So where's this emergency shelter? In the middle, she says? Nintendo in a nutshell, I know. Listen, I love Zelda though. Zelda could never do any wrong in my eyes. Which, as pathetic as it is, it's true. I love Zelda. I love all Zelda games. Where's this shelter, you say? You say? I mean... Am I blind? There's the shop. Alright, where's my emergency shelter? That would ruin it for me? No. They can do no wrong! Shh! Don't even say things that they could do wrong, because they could do no wrong. Okay, where's my shelter? Oh yeah, here we go. Emergency shelter.
You!
Is it gonna go like, oh shit? Oh shit! No way. Never been constant use of it. Feel free to make it still home. Oh, let's go! Oh, it's so cute. Can I sleep? Sleep. Until morning. Pay attention to the lore, which I was. He is eternally friend zoned. The only one that even remotely insinuates that they like have a crush on each other or anything is Skyward Sword, and even that, like, she ends up just like using him. Steph, you're watching the wrong kind of videos, my friend. Okay. Do I have to cook? Healthy cooking. Hello.
Oh?
My first side quest. So we'll be right up. I was really looking forward to saying that, but I'm out of apples. I happen to have some apples. I do. I have an apple. Here you go. Is it gonna be bad food? Oh, it's not? I thought it would have been really funny if it was like the fruit and mushroom mix. If it was like the rock hard food from the first one. Dubious food. The cooking music, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. Was that really a side quest? Like that was it? Cook. Why I know Ken. Alright, let's cook. What's this do? 1, 2, 3. Cook. So not much of the lore, you know. Basically, two people with the Triforce bound for eternity. Yeah, Soup. I'm pretty well versed in the Zelda lore. But yeah, so so it's courage, power, and wisdom are the three pieces of the Triforce. So whatever reincarnation of Link, Zelda, and Ganon, or Ganondorf, or whatever form he has currently, yeah, they're all essentially bound for eternity because they're all the three pieces of the Triforce. Yeah, so have you seen like the stuff about how am I trying to say this? Like the alternate timelines and stuff? About how like one timeline is if Link had defeated Ganon, and the other timeline is if Link was defeated by Ganon, and so on and so forth. So there's like all these like alternate there's like the three different timelines. There's the hero timeline, the dark timeline, and the child timeline. Yeah. It should be a book series, yeah. I'm so glad that they've never tried to make like a Zelda movie or a Zelda show or anything, because they would fuck it up. Where's the ladder out of here? Oh, right. Okay, so can I go in the tower yet? There was supposed to- yeah, but I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad it didn't. Wolfie, I'm glad you're still here. Thanks for hanging.
Uh-huh.
Adult Link was removed from the timeline during a hero. Created in the dark. The time leads to Majora's Mask. Yeah.
Ah.
Look at those shoes. Holy smokes. Once you do your part. Okay. Is that a recorder? Is she like holding a recorder? Excuse me, princess. Yeah, I know. Pishy used to say that to me anytime I would say anything to him, because he would just say whatever the fuck he wanted without feeling like he needed any consequences. And whenever I'd be like, no, he'd be like, excuse me, princess. Like, it's so stupid. Are there great fairies? I don't know yet. I'm gonna guess there will be, but I don't know yet. I don't know yet. Oh, the beacons of Gondor are lit! Wait, are you gonna give me all of the markings? Like, are you gonna undo my whole map? No. You're not, are you? Man.
Oh.
All the Skyview towers have been activated. Okay. So, okay, so then I need to, yeah, so then I need to just activate. Okay. Same as last time. Nice. So that should be a fast travel place, right? And that should turn blue. There we go. And now it's open. 4K. Why does it open? Well, that's okay. So that's why there was no shrine here, is because the tower is your fast travel point. Okay. So okay, to make a map. Okay. Per pad works Skyview tower and scans the topography directly onto the map. I got it. Well, why did the top open? Do I do anything? Need a paraglider when you're scanning. Nobody heard what it takes. Give me the paraglider. Give me the paraglider. Thank you. It's showtime. Yes, it is, baby. Yes, it is, baby. First test step over there on the circle. Find me afterward. You bet. Shoot yourself in the sky. It's a launch tower like Apex. Yeah. Testing is over. We'll have a final briefing. Okay. To give Pink all the things. I know! It took me long enough. It's 6 hours on the dot. 6 hours on the dot. 6 hours to get the paraglider. And you thought it was kinky. Did you just plug me in? Are you charging me? Are you charging my ussy right now? No. Oh. There's no way. They straight violated my boy. I know. Oh, look at that. Surface map updated. Where did the Sky Islands come from? I don't think we know yet. I don't think we know yet. Here we go. Here we go, baby. What's this? Wait, what's this star? Is it the butthole? Is the butthole the star? Ooh, that's a good question. We should see. Can I go in the butthole now? That I can paraglide? I'm actually genuinely curious if I can go in the butthole now. People abusing this mechanic. Can I go in the butthole yet? Do we think? Do we think the butthole is traversable? Oh, that's not meant to do. Risk it for the biscuit? Dive into the butthole? Okay. I can't see anything. What are these? A lyre? A deep firefly. I can't go anywhere. Come here, let me get you! I touched the bottom of the butthole, guys. What's that? Are those skeletons? You're gonna die? You're gonna die. Watch. Light. Light. It's creepy down here. Is Link stuck in the butthole? Yes. Lammy wings. Oh my gosh, it like touches me. Jade, thank you for the raid. Jade raid. Jade raid. Welcome in, raiders. How is everyone? Thank you so much. What'd you play? First thing I hear. Yes. Can you see? I don't think you can see. I fell in a hole. I fell in a very deep hole. And I have since called it the butthole. Because I don't know what else to call it. But I fell in a very, very, very deep hole. I fell in an earth butthole. Yeah. And I don't know how to get out of it. We're having a little crisis. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for coming on in with that raid. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and so much more in between. I do have a very quick muddle bud. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah!
Solid!
Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun!
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh my goodness, Baba Yaga raiding in at the same time. Hello, how was Bramble? Jade, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yaga, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I am in a butthole right now, and I am having a crisis because I don't know how to get out. I don't know how to get out of the butthole, okay? Chat, I'm having a fucking crisis. Yeah. I'm just throwing light everywhere so I can see. Do the log thing you did from earlier. I don't know. Wait, can I cut these trees down? Okay. Oh shit. Okay. That game is dark. How is it? Are you enjoying it though? Even though it's dark, are you still enjoying it? About some butts. About them butts. No booba. No booba. And I'm not like about the butts. It just somehow conversation just always ends up about butts. I don't know. Beautiful, like truly. I was going to recommend Bramble, but it was like wild. Really? They denied my request for a key. I requested a key and they were like, no, your CCV is too low. And I was like, oh, okay. Holy crap, raids! Oh my gosh! Hime, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. All right, so clearly we got some raids to address here. FBI, open up. I died. Raid party. Good. I want to get out of the butthole. Has anybody else been in the butthole? Raiders, has anybody else been inside the butthole? Because it's scary in there. Welcome in, Raiders. I guess now I can say hello to all. I'm still in the butthole. I'm still in the butthole. I'm still in the butthole. Okay, we have to pause for a second. I thought I would be out of the butthole when I died, but I'm still trapped in the butthole. Okay. Hello, Raiders. Hello, all Raiders. Raiders from Jade Raid, Raiders from Baba Yaga Witch, and Raiders from Himichi. Hello, hi, welcome in. Thank you for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, my name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. Pinks if you want to be fancy, I guess. I am a variety streamer. I am the definition of a variety streamer. I play literally anything and everything, ranging from Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and pretty much everything else you can imagine. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and see what we're about, what to expect. All that jazz. I want to drop my friends off so they can have more fun Zelda content. I hope I get out of the butthole. Thank you, Hime. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you guys in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I want to ride my bike!
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping?
Bees! Go, bees!
I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown.
Yeah! Solid!
Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute.
Perceive my booty, arg.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
I shoot them my gun!
Antidepressant.
Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong.
You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Thank you, everybody, all of you guys. Thank you for all of the raids. Thank you for all of the love. I still need to figure out how to get out of the bubble. But also, I don't quite want to leave the butthole because there's stuff I can collect down here. Like, look at these poes. Look at these hoes. They're poes, not hoes, guys. Get your mind out of the gutter. How far did everyone get in Zelda today? I am having so much fun. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. No, please. No, please. No, please. You. I asked you very nicely. And you still came for me like that. Don't touch me! Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, I just wanted to get the last po ho. I can't wait to fill you in on my new trauma. Great. I don't Zelda, but I'm aware of Link and his quest to save the Princess Zelda. Listen, is he really on a quest to save her? Because I sense absolutely zero, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, there's no sense of there's no sense of urgency except for right now. I couldn't. The only sense of urgency I have is the fucking urgent need to get out of the butthole. I just keep spawning in this danger butthole here. Why? Why are you shooting at me? I hear him. I literally hear him. Why? Literally, why? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Can I, like, lure him into the guck? Yo, remove yourself from my butthole. What's that? What's this? No, I want to go here. No, I want to look at the thing. Gonna bounce for a while and get some food. Okay, soup. Have a good night. I need to get out of the butthole right now. I need to get out of this butthole right now. Alright, don't even look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Oh my fuck. Get here. Get out of here. I need to get out of the butthole! Alright. We are safely exiting the butthole. You did this, chat. You were like, jump in the hole, see what happens. Oh my gosh. How do you get the map? Big soup. That was thrilling. You were the one that proposed the idea in the first place. Yes, but do you guys know that I make terrible decisions? Alright, where are we going now? Crisis at Hyrule Castle. Why? One of Shakespeare's most mischievous characters is Crab, the dog belonging to Launce in The Two Gentlemen of Verona. The word watchdog is first found in The Tempest. Interesting. Interesting. Pose? I have pose. I have lots of pose. Here's pose. There's so many pose. This is a po, yeah. Now what? Should take this. A dark clump. An unusual substance. It's cold to the touch, and it seems as though it's filled with pitch black darkness. Use it in cooking to get a gloom-resistant effect. Poo from the butthole, right? Right, Doza? It is definitely solidified poo. If you offer pose, I have so many pose. Whoa. We gotta go back in the butthole. We gotta go back in the butthole because I need this dark tunic. I need it. Alright, so, is there a butthole map? Like, there's gotta be a butthole map, right? Somewhere is a map of this butthole. God. Look at how big this fucking game is gonna be. I have one tiny little piece of Hyrule. I have one butthole. Everybody should only have one butthole. You should only have one butthole, guys. I'm just clarifying. I have one butthole. And I have one sky island. This is gonna be so huge. Said you need to look at a few different towers around the map. Just track down several towers. Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that Pura's on top of this thing. Sorry if that's spoilers. It kind of, but it's fine. I did technically ask, even though it was kind of rhetorical. It's fine. Alright. That was some good gliding. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was supposed to come right back here after doing that thing. Okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about the upheaval. It's affected more than just the castle. Quite some other strange phenomena. I've been covering all the map. Okay, let's go to the map. Gotcha. I've had a lot of caffeine today, guys. Holy shit. Okay, so the map did not change. Okay. Okay, the map didn't change. The lower map, okay. In Rito Village? What? That's so far. The party don't stop. Party don't stop. And if I don't walk in, don't stop, make it pop. I don't remember all the words. TikTok. If you do go there, okay. She's not gonna be in Hebra. Like, that's so far.
Yeah.
Or the party stops abruptly when the caffeine crash happens. Kesher! Kesher! Oh no, Kesher! To check out the major... Okay, I got it. Okay, sure. Okay. Okay. Oh, look! Burb! Hello. Oh, you're a different Burb! You're a star. Color. What's your name, Link? Your name is Link? Yeah. Good for you. Pretty big name to live up to, though. If only you knew. Better get to work. Hey, we could use another reporter. Sure. Hebra. That's so far. Do any of you NPCs know how far Hebra is? It's so far. Look at how far it is. Good for you, kid. God, Hebra is so far. This is so stupid. At least in Breath of the Wild, they're like, oh, here's like the, you know, the Grand Plateau or whatever. And like, oh, you need to go like over here to like start the game. No, here's like, you're gonna spawn here and you have to go all the way up to the fucking mountains. Good for you, kiddo. I need a horse. I need a horse and buggy. That's what I need. Alright. Oh, look, a blurpee. I'm rolling over that. I need a horse. Alright. Wait, where's my masterpiece? Wait, where's my masterpiece? Broseph was building a cart earlier. I don't know if you can build it with horses though, can you? Like, I thought I saw something in the trailer that showed it, but... Alright, let's see if I can get a horse. Probably not. Wait, so does that mean there's stables? There has to be stables. Stable? I don't know her. What'd you get? A Froakie? Okay, that's not terrible. That's not a bad... Oh, son of a... Oh, how do you have a horse and buggy, sir? Teach me. Teach me. Alright, what's the closest? These are all very far. These are all very far. This one's close. Mock! Look at you, champ. You're such a champ. Wolfie, look at you. 18k. What if I just keep extending that forever? And we'll actually hit the million and then nothing happens because there's no reward for it. What if we actually hit the million and then I do absolutely nothing and then I don't do anything? Let's go. You are gonna mark a thingy, right? Yeah. I don't have a bow? Yes, I do, silly goose. Where's the third? Oh! Oh. There's more? Where's the rest of them? Oh, above me. Franklin! Hello. It says there's no reward. It's not like... I know, but sometimes people don't read anything and then they spend their points and then they're like, my points! And I'm like, it says it in the thing that you redeemed, but like, also it's a made-up currency. None of it matters anyway. Wait, is this where I was going? Yes. I believe it was. Everything's okay, I'm here now. Everything's gonna be alright. It's points. Gotta spend them on something. Exactly! Exactly. And you can only do 2k a day. So as long as you, like, you know, as long as you hang out, you're still gonna have points left over. So it's not like you're wasting them. Other than obviously wasting them. Oh my god. Oh, that scared me. It says 30,952. 30k. 31k, essentially. Holy shit. I know. You guys are champs. You guys are champs. When it does run out, because I don't think you can keep renewing it forever. Like, I think that eventually it'll be like, no, you can't keep renewing it. But when I do actually, like, when it actually does run out, you do get all those points back. Which I think would be funny if you didn't. Like, if the game, if, like, it was just like, nah. Alright, so those things dropping are apparently, like, how you can get back up to the sky? I think. I need to start getting some, like, I need to start cooking some food, though. So, I need to start getting some resource. What is that? What is that? What is that? No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. No, 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 no. I don't want, no, I don't want it. Why? Why? What are you? How do I get out? I don't like it. What is that? What was that? I don't like it. aren't the best. I might lose you. No me gusta. I don't like it. As you form those grabby hands that appear in a lot of the games. Maybe. What are what are they called? Oh my god, I can't. There's something why am I? I'm drawing such a blank and I can't remember. Master hand, thank you. I don't remember if that's what they're called in Zelda. Why am I drawing a blank? They're in, like, the Shadow Temple in Ocarina of Time. Are they called Master Hands? Are they Shadow Hands? Shadow Hands? I don't remember, but yeah. A spinning device. Oh, and a hydrate for Nyx. I see you, Nyx. I'm sorry. I did not forget about you. Okay. Alright, so... this... Wait, can I grab? Can I grab? No. Alright, so I think I need to be in the middle of here. Grab that. Oh, get up! Grab. There we go. Dead hand? Yes! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was like, it's not master when I just couldn't remember like why I was drawing a blank. Okay, so... Oh, I see. The wheels control the direction. I see. Oh, it's not really attached to that great. Good time, buddy hand? Franklin. Wrong hand, my friend. Okay, so it's gonna be a little lopsided, but it should work in theory, right? No. Oh, I have to hit them. Okay, hold on. Alright, I want to fix these, because these are not quite... So if I hit them, they should go, right? They're not even. Okay, we have to fix these. They're not even. Hold on. No. Turn off. Turn off. Turn off. Okay. Just like balancing here for like a second. Okay. So, no. So this one should up. Alright. And then this has to go on the top. On the top. There we go. Attach. Oh my god. Okay, close enough. Whatever. Just for now. This comes off. Okay, and then has to go on the top. Here. No, here. That. Okay. So that first one's good. And then this one has to be fixed. Okay, so this will go like this. And then like this. Aha! Okay, so that is even now. So it should... be okay. Yay! Choo-choo! 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 Amazing. Open the door and let my creation run free. Okay. Alright, can I... how you're supposed to do it? Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's how you're supposed to do that. Okay. So... How do I slide this using these? So if you put it on here, like this, does it make it go? No, it makes this go. Okay. So it doesn't actually stick the wheel to it. Okay. How do I make the wheels make this glide? Wait, is this something I can do? No, I don't think so. No, I thought I could spin against the what do you call it? The bar. Maybe I can. No, it's too high. Okay, hold on, let's think. See, I can move this. Like, I could just move it. Oh, wait. Can I put wheels underneath it? That's not right either. Okay, let me think. So I only have these 2 wheels on this. Oh, can I put the wheels? Hold on. No, I think you can put the wheels up here. Wait, hold on. Like there? But then how do I get this? This is stupid, isn't it? It's not stupid! I did it! I think I'm breaking this game. I think I am solving puzzles the absolute wrong way. Unpack what I miss? Just me being stupid, but I figured it out. Alright, I can go trade and get... Oh, can I get some more stim? I should probably get some more hearts. My heart situation's a little rough. I'm actually, like, super quick. I'm just gonna grab a blanket. I'm kind of chilly. We nice and cozy. We good to go. Okay. Now. Okay. God, I hate allergies. Especially when, like, My sinuses are just like draining. Ugh, gross. Okay. Oh. Oh, these are new. All these new markers. That's fun. Okay, let's go to this yellow. Lello. Lello. It's gonna be interesting. Trying to like explore this entire place. I'm gonna have to do a lot off stream. If I'm being completely honest, there's gonna be a lot on stream because I'm off for the next what 7 days, something like that. 9 days, whatever. So like I'm definitely gonna be playing a lot, but I do feel like there's gonna have to be some off stream stuff, you know? Like there's just gonna have to be exploration and all that jazz. See, that's my biggest problem with these types of games, open world games. And I think that's why I struggled with Skyrim and like The Witcher, was because I felt like bad. Like I felt like I was boring when I had to do stuff. Like there was a couple quests with The Witcher where I was like, I need to do some side quests because I need to get some levels, because I need to get some stronger weapons, because I can't do this main quest. And I just felt like it was so boring for me just going side to side and going town to town and all that crap. So I do feel like exploration on stream is like a double-edged sword. It's like I want to explore and I want to take the time and whatever, but you know, do you guys want to watch that for however many hours? Is the real question. Alright, I think that... Oh, here's one of the... Oh, here's... Is this one? I think this is one of the sky blocks. Oh. Should we go to that one right there? Or should we try this one? I think these are sky blocks, which means we can go back up. How's my gooey arm? Extra gooey. Look at my tribal tattoo. I'm so cool. Yeah, I think that the... where is it? I think that block... Oh, no, maybe not. What's this? This is new. A splash fruit. Cooking it brings out enhanced swim speed. Wait, that's new too. What the heck? Alright, so can I rewind, please? No. Okay, so not this one. But definitely that one right there. I bet you. Is one that you take to go back up to the Sky Islands. Ooh, now that I have the paraglider, I should probably go back to the Sky Islands. This little fruit, this water fruit, is kind of blowing my mind right now. Let's get this. Let's get this chest. Oh my god, paraglider changes everything. Changes everything. Portable pot, okay. I hate that the portable pots are one use only. Whoa. That's a Korok right there. I don't have a bow that can reach that though. Alright. Where's the closest tower from here? That I do not know. Don't know. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. No, none of those. Alright, so I can just go back up there, right? Like, I can just, what's this? What is this? Oh, see, it's this star. Alright, I want to go here. Okay, I want to go here. Let's see if I can figure out how to travel on these Sky Islands. Let's see if I can figure it out. Alright. So... how do we get up? Like, how do you go up? Can you glide from the Temple of Time, I wonder? Like, this is one big island, but I don't think... Like, I don't think this particular island, like, leads to all of the other ones, if that makes sense. Like, I think this is one big island, and I think you have to go from the surface to get back up here. I think. Like, I think you have to find one of the falling debris from the surface to ride up to a different island. Like, I don't think I can get over there. Well, no, that one I think is connected. Like, I can't get to some... Yeah, I can't get to some of this. How do I updraft, I wonder? Because... No, but even an updraft is not enough to get up there. And updraft... I mean, updraft with a ton of stamina, maybe? Could you updraft up there? No, you couldn't. Maybe? Shit. Maybe you can updraft right here. Oh, wait, can I? Wait, where'd it go? I just saw it. I had it. Yeah, wait, I had it. Come here. There it is. No, come here. Okay, that didn't even put me all the way up, but that's fine. Okay. Okay. What's over here? Anything that's... Anything? So many arrows. It's ridiculous. It's gotta be because there's no arrow typing. It's all just arrows with like attachments. Zonate. You have to trade that into the whatchamacallit guy to get the other pieces, and then you trade the other pieces to the other guy to get the other pieces, and the cycle goes on and on and on. What is over there? Oh, can I go up here? Oh, can I ascend up here? Will you let me? See, I feel like some of them are too... There we go, there we go, there we go, there. Hi, Huey! How are you? Welcome in. Oh. I am swimming. You love the game? I do love the game. You already know. You already know I love it. But that's because I love Zelda. I'm biased. I was gonna love it anyway. Ooh, treasure. Good, how are you? I'm very good. I'm very good. I'm good. I'm really enjoying the game. I'm enjoying hanging out. I had a bunch of caffeine, probably too much caffeine. And we're good. We're hanging out and we're playing some Zelda. And I'm off for the next few days, which is very nice. You've been live for 7 hours? Yeah. We're gonna be live for a while. I have next week off. So you guys are probably... You're gonna get sick of me very soon. Because I'm gonna be streaming a lot. Did you take off work? I didn't take today off. I didn't take today off. But I do have all of next week off. I have my vacation, yeah, because I don't travel. Mostly because I just simply just can't afford to travel. So anytime I take any time off, it's usually staying at home or, you know, look at all those buttholes. Did you see them? Did you see them, Steph? Did you see them? There's so many buttholes down there. Look at, there's one right there. There's so many. Look at, there's two right there. There's so many buttholes. But yes, I never go anywhere on my vacations. So my vacations are usually just like relaxing kind of things. Where I just spend some time at home or whatever. Like back when I lived in Connecticut, we had a like a condo, like a timeshare. So sometimes I would go there for like the week and hang out. Staycation. Yeah, exactly. Staycation. Precisely. Ooh, no, I want this. I trade in. This. Exactly. This. So yeah, so you guys are gonna be pretty sick of me, if I'm being honest. I call dibs on your room. Go for it. You'll have to find it first. I wanna play Zelda. Okay. I wish I had a second Switch, honestly. I really want to get the Zelda OLED, but like I don't need it, you know? Like I don't need it. I just want it. And I can't justify spending the money. Role model. Wow, doing shrooms on stream? Listen, I never claimed to be a role model. I never claimed to be a role model. Can I just, like... I wanna go! I wanna be where the buttholes are! No, don't look at me! I'm trying to climb! I wanna see them dancing, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, yeah, buttholes. Alright, so what do I do with you? What do I do here? Have I been here? My Switch broke. I blame my baby cousin. And then we got a new one. I blame babies for everything. They literally can't defend themselves. You're not wrong, Trump. They're the perfect scapegoats. I have been here because I can't loot these. Oh no, did Bramble have a little baby duder? A little baby PTSD? He's 2 with an attitude problem? I want to go to different islands, but you're denying me game. Ooh, go over here. Let's like take a shortcut and we'll go over here. I don't have an attitude? No, of course not. I'm gonna run out of stamina. Alright, it's okay. We're gonna get as close as we can. It's fine. Everything's fine. See? We made it. Perfect. Perfect. Let's get this shrine first, though. Oh, there's so many anemones. My stomach? No, you're fine. He's fine. But the falling is making me... I knew it was. I knew it. You and Trem both are like, nope. Guys, it's not even that bad. It's a Bibio game. It's just a game. Exchange ruins? Oh shit, really? I know where this is. Crawling is scary. I mean, yeah. But you have a paraglider, so it's fine. Just whip your paraglider out, dislocate your shoulders and break your elbows, and then put your paraglider back in your back pocket, fall a little bit, take your paraglider back out with your already dislocated elbows and arms and shoulders and everything, and then slow down a little bit, and then rinse and repeat. It's fine. A fixed device. Okay. Do I jump on you? Whee! Okay. Whee! Alright, what do? What does this do? Turns this to there. What's this do? What's this do? What does this do? Oh, what? How does that turn anything? I mean, it's not like that simple, right? Okay, so these... Do these have to do something? Oh my gosh, my ear itches so bad. No. Alright, I've got poles. I am confused. If you mess up a puzzle, you don't get eviscerated. But what are these? Like, why do they go up and down? Oh. So then this thing will like go beep and it'll eat it, but it's not right, so I have to do this. Hold on. Oh no, it's stuck! No! You are absolutely joking me right now! There's no fucking way this motherfucker didn't jump. Oh no. Alright, alright. So this... Oh wait, can I make like a little funnel thing? Now I can push. No, I cannot take. Oh, my arrows. Okay. Alright, let me take this off. Put this over there. Okay, you. You go. No. 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 The creation. No, no, I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Are you calling me a sucker? Okay, so take. Why? What is this? What is this? Like, why is it on a chain? Why is it on a chain? need to line it up to there. So that way when I hit this... It's not gonna be right, it's not gonna be right. So when I hit the... Hello? Like, who fucking told you to do that? Alright. Let's go, here? This should block, right? Okay. So then, just a theory, I don't think this is right. So it should spin this. Okay. Okay. It's not enough force, though. Oh! Wait. No, I'm not trying to attach you to this. Fakathe! What if I do this? No, stop! I don't want to attach. I can't attach to this? Can I attach to the other side? No, I was gonna make a baseball bat. It won't attach. No, it doesn't attach to that. Bummer. Alright. What is the point of this thing spinning, though? Okay, so do I hit it into this thing as it's swinging? And then it goes over... No. It has to be this direction. Alright, what am I not thinking of? I really thought I figured something out with the swinging. And then there's the two doors as well. Well, that's the solution. So what's this door? Like, what's in this door? Just a chest? Okay. Just a chest. Oh, can I grab this? Does this do anything? Okay. Oh, wait, can these go in here? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This. This. Okay. And this. Oh, wait, no, then I gotta go this way. Can this go in here? Okay. 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 Progress. Okay. Let's just move these for now. So it has to be the ones with like the sticky things. Okay. I see. So how do I stop it? I think I need to stop it like here. Will this hit it? That'll hit it. Alright, is it timing? Let's just see. Let's just see. Let's see if I can even get the timing. Probably not. Is this gonna hit? I broke it! Oh no, I broke it. Oh no. Alright, hold on. Oh shit. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let's move everything out of the way here. You stay there before I break everything. I'm sure it'll be like Breath of the Wild and you just reload the shrine. Alright. 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 Can I get you to like stay here? Okay. Now it's facing the right way, so now it's timing. But oh jeez. let's see. Batter up and go. I'm the best! There's no way! Oh my god. Okay, now let's see if I can get the bonus one. Alright. Alright. Why won't you stay? Alright, hold on. Hold on. What if I get one of these things? Can I get to stay if I do this? Wait, go up. No, I won't. Okay, I can't go up. Oh my god. Give me my thing back. Okay. Oh, I'm losing all of my stuff. No. That's not quite what I wanted. Alright, so if I do this? No, this? Okay. And then what if I grab this again? And I go... like this. Like this. No, it won't work! No, it won't work! Okay. No, stop, come here. No, stop, come here! Okay. Give. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go like this, and then we're gonna go like this. And then we're gonna stick this. Yes, okay, like this. Wait, or maybe like this. Oh my god, it won't go. It won't. Alright, I have to go. Okay, can I go at a little bit of an angle? Yes. Angle it is. Perfect. Okay, now. This. Oh my god. Ah! What? Why do you hate me, game? Why? No. Alright, I need to eat some food before I fucking die. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, you need to stay here and just like make these like this ball just like leave me alone. Okay? Just stay. Just leave me alone. Wait, is that even gonna help? No, now it's gonna actually go into me and make it worse. Let's go this way. Perfect. Leave me alone, balls. Great. So let's see if I can do this. Alright, so put this here. Okay. Oh my god, why? You won't go in? Really? Oh my god. Okay, and then we go up. No, we go... No, we go up. On Wednesdays, we go up. I want this to go like... There we go, like this. Like this. Attach. No! You son of a bitch! Attach. Okay, okay. Let's see if I can pull this thing without... No! Oh, you son of a fucking whore. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I have a plan. I have a new plan. Okay, hold on. Swing up this way. Swing this way. Swing this way. Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. I want you to swing this way. Now stay. No. 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 Attach! Attach. No, attach. Why won't you attach? I'm trying to attach this thing. Oh, okay. Do I have to... Okay. Okay, hold on. That's progress. Hold on. She had it and then she threw. I did. I fucked it all up. Alright, can we. Alright. Alright, new plan. Give me these thingies. Gimme. Give to me. Thank you. Okay. Then we're gonna do this. How do I turn it? Like this. Like this. Okay. No, why? Why are you doing this through? Alright, can you go? No, I need you to go here. Perfect. Okay. So then, give me this. Okay, and you go over there. And then give me this one right here. Do I know worky? I don't know because I am stupid. Okay, this way. Okay. So then this one can go like this, right? Right? Okay. And then if we grab this and we swing this one up, we should. I'm literally the best at Zelda. Tell all your friends, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to get this. Okay, so turn this around. Okay, because then this one will hit this way. Okay. Do I need to... Okay, let's see. Don't touch it. I'm not touching it. Alright, let's see if I can time this. I probably can't time this as good as I timed the last one. Oh, fuck. Okay, so... I don't know if I need to control the... I don't know if I need to control the swing. Okay. You literally can't stop me, Nintendo. That was the first try, guys. That was literally the first try. That was the first try. I literally walked in and solved it immediately. Literally immediately. Alright, while this whole cutscene goes, I'm gonna go pee, so I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Hopefully that wasn't sitting too long, but I had my headset on. I didn't think it sat for too long. Okay, what time is it? 1? Oh, I'm only just starting to now get kind of tired. Welcome back. Thanks, guys. Thanks. I'm like tired, but I'm only like tired because I've been working and then like sitting all day. But I'm not tired. Like my brain is not tired. Like I wouldn't go to bed, you know. Alright, so there's some of those like thingies here. Oh god. Okay, I think I get it. So I need to put you like there. And then you on top. A little platform. Oh my god. Getting these things to sit flat though is like is the actual enemy. Oh my god, are you kidding me? There we go. Need to go to bed, but I am glued to the screen. Steph, we will be playing pretty much all weekend and then all next week, so you will not miss very much, I promise. Yes. A large charge. Large and in charge. Anything up on top? No. Is there a Korok up top? No, there's not. Okay. So, where was I going? The yellow marker, right? Where did I mark it? Along with every other object in the game. Exactly. I used my Ultra Hand abilities on you. Which is the strangest name for this ability. Why is this ability called Ultra Hand? Oh, what is with his horn? He's gonna one-shot me. I don't like him. Just don't let him stand up. Just don't let him stand up. You'll win if you just don't let him stand up. A bouncy bat? Wait, a segmented heart. Wait, what does the bouncy bat do? Like, it's got a thingy on it. Like, it's got a mushroom on it. His sticky hands is too lewd. Wait. No! I'm too weak. What does it do, though? No, I don't want that. Oh my god. There's no way that everything in... Oh, that's where I was going. There's no way that everything in this game, like, just one-shots me like this. Am I, like... Are they scaling? Are they level scaling in this one? Like, area scaling, I wonder? Oh, I'm just here. Okay. Alright, I was going... Yeah, I was going right there. Okay. Hi, Marcus. How are you? Alright. Which way is the best way to get in here? Is that a person? Hello? Sir? Who are you? You're good? Good, I'm glad to hear you're good. You have my support. Oh, Addison. Oh no, do I have to glue his thing for him? I have the superest super glue, bro. Don't even worry. Hudson! Oh my gosh, so does that mean the Terrytown's here? Material caches all over Hyrule. Oh, okay. I don't know why this is getting jealous. Give the dogs a cookie? I think they're both asleep right now. Let me see. Oh, one of them's awake. Okay. Cookie, do you want a cookie? Cookie, do you want a cookie? Yeah, I think she's asleep. I think she might be asleep, but let's see. She might slowly work her way in here. GJ, do you want a cookie? She's sleeping. And she's old, so she definitely can't hear. But I have her cookie right here for if she wakes up and comes in. Alright, to put these signs all over the place and let everyone know the Hudson construction's a big deal. Let's see. Oh, Hudson. Try letting go. Wait, how do I... How do I glue? Is there... First of all, what the fuck is that? Where'd it go? Hold on, I can see. There. What's that? Oh, it's just... was weird because there's people in front of it. Okay. So I'm curious if there's like a throwable glue. Oh, I'm curious. Like, I wonder if some of these like new things that I don't know what they are. You know, not these guys, but like, what does like a choo-choo jelly do when you throw it? What's a muddle bud do when you throw it? Like some of these I don't know what you would do with them because they're new to the game. This is gonna be a little tough to get up here, I feel like. Especially if these guys are like one-hitting me. Okay, so maybe not that one yet. I think I'm gonna get that one right there. 2 years, 3 months, and 17 days. Wow. Wow. What's this? Oh, look, see, there's a thing. A Sundelion, that's new. Okay, so if I get on this... No, 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 don't look at me. Nope, we're going on this. Don't touch me! Okay, so climb on this. Nope, rewind. Okay, go. Yeah. So this should take me to an island. A sky island. Oh no, it didn't take me one. It didn't go high enough. Oh, they're kind of handy to like traverse with though. I see. I see. Wait, is that a stable? that's a stable. We want to go there. Alright, this is not enough stamina to take me all the way over. So we gotta get low. And then we gotta get low again. Okay. We have 0 health. Where's the stable? It should be... There's the smoke right there. Ooh, what's that? No, that. That's cool. Oh, there it is. Oh, why is everything green? That's kind of cool. Alright, where's the... There it is. I was about to say, where's the shrine? I'm kind of bummed that falling piece of rock didn't take me all the way up to a Sky Island. Like, from what I saw on the trailers and in the gameplay thing, that's supposed to take you to the Sky Islands. That makes me sad. Maybe that one just didn't go high enough? I don't know. Maybe you need to upgrade your ability? Oh no. So many questions. Let's see. Are there gonna be goddess statues at stables now? Or are they still gonna be like in towns? Building with logs. Let's eat some food, apparently. We're hungry. Oh, was that cold? No, it's not. That's cold resist. Okay. Okay. 1 log. You're just get up. Come on. Am I actually supposed to be able to climb that though? I feel like sometimes it's kind of hard to climb these. Like to walk on them. Yeah, see, like he instinctually wants to go off the side of them. Go nice and slow. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. This one's gonna go here, but this is gonna be kind of tough to line this up so it doesn't roll off. How are you supposed to? Okay, hold on. Let's think for a moment. Let's think for a moment. Let's think for a moment. Okay, so can I put... Can I put this flat against it? No, so there's no attach. What about here? Oh, I can go under. Wait, now I've lost it? Wait, what? Attached to what? Oh, the other thing. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. Okay, hold on. Why are we being dumb, chat? Why dumb? Why be dumb? Why be dumb when you can be smart? This is clearly a collaborative effort. Why am I included in this? I told you. This is a collaborative effort. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I didn't want to fall in. Can I push this? Nope, because why would I be able to push it? Let's try again. Alright, how the hell am I gonna get this thing? without falling. There we go. There we go. Okay. Just getting the angle without it deciding to break. Why are you not? There we go. Snap right in there. And there we go. And then go down. No, don't. Oh my god. Go. Got it. Got it. Got it. Chat, you guys are so smart. Whee! And then do I grab this one? Don't lie. I have a lizard living in. I mean, okay. I wasn't gonna like call you out, but I also don't lie to my audience. So. Is that enough, do you think? Do you think 2? Nope. 2 is not enough. Okay. Let's do one more. So 3 it is. Shadowruneskis. 3 it is. This is insane. This is actually insane that this is a Zelda game right now. This is actually crazy. All right. So, let's take this creation with us. Let's just bring it around town. All right. Let's just keep extending this bridge, I suppose. Oh, or I could just make a raft. All right, let's make the best raft to ever raft. You guys ready? Do I have enough to do this, actually? Do I have 3 more? Oh, I have 6 more. I can do this. Okay. There we go. Oh, is my... No, it's not. I'm just trying to somewhere. Just my OBS. I'm confused if my internet is going out or not. It might go out. If it goes out, I guess we'll just raid out. It just like says connecting to chat, but everything shows that I'm still live, so I'm just a little confused. Everything looks fine. Oh, so it's just OBS then, I guess. Because I can read... I just read that on... like on my dash. But my OBS itself says connected to chat. So... I don't know. OBS is a butt. It's a good thing I have it up, though. My dash, I mean. Okay. Alright, we have Super Raft. First, we're going to get that treasure. Guys, this is so fucking ridiculous right now. Oh, look at our cruise ship. It's so funny. I literally think it's just too big. It doesn't know what to do. So I should pretty much block this, right? Yeah. Is my internet like trying to go out? I'm just so confused. I'm so confused! No, it's still blue. I'm wondering what's going on with OBS then. Let me maybe close this and reopen this? I just don't know. No, see now it's not even opening my chat at all. So I'm gonna have to read it on the dashboard, I guess, which is annoying. Okay, so let's take this guy. Maybe spin it around. Okay. Very slowly pushing us over here. I like don't want to end stream, but I'm like I don't understand why OBS is just connecting to chat when like everything else is fine. It's weird. That's very weird. Weird. Alright, can someone write anything in chat just to see if it'll come up on this side? Nope, it's immediately doing that. Okay, cool. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, see, I can see it on the dashboard. But my OBS chat is just done. It just says connecting. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like I don't like having my thing up, my dashboard up, if that makes sense, because I don't want to have to I don't want to see like my viewer count and all that crap. So, all right, I feel like this is probably a good place to end today anyway, because my internet seems to be wanting to act up. Wanting to act a fool. And so I might as well get ahead of it now. and end stream while I'm still like remotely in control, I guess, you know? And then that way I can just reset my router or whatever after. It's so annoying. I genuinely don't understand like what else to do about my internet, but you know. This was a good almost 8 hours today. This was a good almost 8 hours today. And of course it won't, it doesn't want to let me pull anything up to find someone to raid, so that's fun. Okay, yeah, my internet is doing a thing for sure.